Was too stupid.
Excuses.
Thousands. Who ate the apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Who ate the whole apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Allah ate it. Allah ate it.
Because he was too stupid.
Excuses.
Thousands. Who ate the apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Who ate the whole apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Allah ate it. Allah ate it.
Because he was too stupid.
Excuses.
Thousands. Who ate the apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Who ate the whole apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Allah ate it. Allah ate it.
Because he was too stupid.
Excuses.
Thousands. Who ate the apple? What happened?
All right. We are live. Welcome back to Reasoned Answers, your home for all the
crackhead clown individuals.
Today we have some.
And you see breaking news. Yes? No? Okay.
We have some breaking news, everyone. We're going to be talking about a news article on how there are massive protests in Bangladesh. The cause of these protests, the government, which views itself as a reform government, wants to give women rights in Bangladesh. And as a result, there are massive protests against that. So because of this news story, we thought it'd be a good time to welcome our Muslim friends in, and they can either agree that Islam does not give women, let's not say that it doesn't give women any rights, because women have some rights, right? They have the right to be clothed by their husband, for example, but certainly they don't have equal rights. So the statement put out by me and affirmed by Mary is that Islam oppresses women. Any Muslim that wants to disagree with that can call into the show. Just go to theology.chat to join us live. Welcome, Mary.
Hello. And my argument will be that Islam oppresses women when compared to pagan Arabia, when compared to Christendom at the same time, and when compared to the Jews of Medina. So there you go. Those are my arguments.
All right. So let me share that news story. That we'll start with that, but we're open to callers at any time. Let me just pull that up. If I would have thought ahead of time, I would have had it ready to go, but that would take foresight and all that. All right, so we got here an article, and there are many articles here. This article is mostly based on the AP press release, but they've added some local context to the story, so I'm using this version from NDTV World. Suicidal concept, and that's in quotes because that is the way the protesters are describing these proposed laws. Bangladeshi Islamicists protest women's rights reforms. And we got this lovely picture here of a Muslim holding up a sign that says, "Not equality, but justice." For some reason, there's an extra E on justice there. Your initial thoughts, Mary? Does this sound like a suicidal concept? Giving women rights in Bangladesh?
Them.
Oh, we just
they.
Sorry, you cut out there. Could you repeat that? Yep, I can hear you now. Oh, okay, hold on.
Of course,
okay,
when we
I'm
start,
hearing you, but the audience is not hearing me.
Oh,
right.
That's really interesting.
Oh, I think
that's very odd. Has it fixed itself? I have 4 bars now. I'm driving across country, so this is as best as I can do, everybody. I am not going to be in chat today because I actually need to look at the road, which is always a good thing, looking at the road. So I would, to them, what would be suicidal? It would be to leave Islam. And would giving women rights be leaving Islam? Yes. If women can control their own property, you're out of Islam, and then Allah, the cave demon's going to get you. In addition, notice that they say they want justice or justice, and they want this because they want the Islamic view of justice, which is to treat women horribly, beat them. They are prisoners with you in your house, and that is justice, because that's what women deserve. Women are classified as another kind of class of animals in Sharia because that's how Muhammad viewed them. When Aisha complained, Muhammad said that a woman will interrupt your prayer just like a dog, and she said that's making us equal to animals. And she was complaining. She said, "Well, my this good friend, and there where I'd have to lift up the prostrate, so my legs were blocking him, whenever he was standing up." Blocking, but the Islamic scholars say no, these are reliable transmitters, so that means that what they say is true. Muhammad really said this, and when Aisha says that would make us equal to animals, that means that yes, indeed, Aisha is also correct. Women are equal to animals, so that's how it is in Islam. There you go.
Yeah, we did lose Mary for like 1 or 2 seconds there in the middle, so let me just recap what she said, because you kind of missed the hadith there, but there is a hadith in multiple different versions, a story in multiple different versions about Muhammad declaring that a couple things can interrupt your prayers, those being women and dogs. And Aisha comes and complains to Muhammad saying, "You've made us equal to animals." And he's like, "So?" That's kind of the gist of it, right? There's no real response from Muhammad.
But she didn't complain to Muhammad. She complained about other people reporting this after Muhammad was dead, and the scholars were like, "Well, they're all right. You are equal to animals." And I have moved my phone now onto my dashboard, and that seems to magically make it connect better. It doesn't like the roof of my car as much.
Very good. Yeah, we got just about all of it. It's just like maybe like 2 seconds was like, but it was right at the crucial part there. All right,
I think it was because I shifted my hand because I was holding it in my hand. So now it's on the dashboard, so it should be good.
Professor Yaffel asks, are women protesting? Not that I'm aware of. And we'll see in some pictures that it seems to be all men that are in this protest. Almost like women aren't allowed in this group, this Islamic organization that is organizing the protest to begin with. So, of course, there won't be any women joining the protest. Also, I doubt women would be like, "Oh, please don't give us rights."
Oh, no, they were in Yemen. In Yemen, they're the ones who protested whenever an 8-year-old was raped to death by her husband. They were the ones who protested against changing the law to a later age of marriage. Women were the ones who said that would be un-Islamic to change the law such that 8-year-olds can't be raped to death by their husbands anymore. Shame. You need to follow the sunnah of Muhammad where that can happen. So I would propose that it would just simply be because they're not allowed to be part of this group. Otherwise, they would be protesting and against their own rights.
That's certainly possible. The main defenders of beating women in Islam are women. That's generally, maybe men are like,
ironically, they're typically women who don't get beaten.
Yeah. I wonder why, but I think that men kind of feel shameful, like getting up there and saying, "Yeah, I have the right to beat my wife," but women will get up there and say, "Yeah, us women, we just get emotional and we got to be corrected sometimes." And Allah in His wisdom, He's allowed this provision in case we do. And it's just the animals celebrating the butcher, type situation, I think. John Wilson said 50 watching and 14 likes. Come on now, ladies and gentlemen, hit that like button, and I would appreciate if you did like this stream so that YouTube will say, hey, this is a good stream. I should recommend this to some Muslims. So that they'll come in, and then they'll be in the chat and they'll be like, why won't you debate me? And I'll be like, here's the link. And they'll be like, I don't have time right now. My cell phone doesn't have volume. It only does video only. Whatever excuse to avoid coming up. But hey, I'm open. There's a possibility. We do sometimes get people to call in, and we're hoping they come here today. And also, since we're paused here and telling people to like the video, if you're not already a monthly financial supporter, consider becoming a member or supporting me on Subscribestar or Patreon. Links to those are in the video description. I rely on your monthly support to make these videos possible. Getting back to the news article here, or actually starting it, because so far we only looked at this picture. Thousands of Bangladeshis took to the streets of Dhaka, I think that's how you'd say it, on Saturday to oppose the government's proposed recommendations for ensuring equal rights, including ones related to property for mainly Muslim women. Now, why would these rights be mainly for Muslim women? Mary, what do you think that might be?
Because they don't natively have them. Bangladesh is, of course, more than 90% women, or women more than 90% Muslim.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would actually be what Muhammad said about the future. More than 90% Muslim. But the idea that, Islam enshrined women having rights of inheritance. No, what it actually did is enshrined that they had lesser rights, pathetic rights, minimal rights, minuscule rights. Mm-hmm. Whereas in pagan Arabia, it would be possible to leave like all of your wealth to your daughter and none to your father and uncles. You can't do that in Islam. You have to leave them stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Of course, Bangladesh is majority Muslim, very large majority Muslim, as you pointed out there. But the article seems to be suggesting that other groups already have these rights, because obviously these wouldn't be laws specific to Muslims. They would be for all people, kind of like ensuring legally that Muslim women have the same rights that non-Muslim women already have because of basic human decency and whatnot. Quran Only Fan says Islam gave women rights, though. So said Lily J, who heard it from GPT, who heard it from Islamic Dawaganda websites. And of course, she also put on her settings, give me only answers that are compatible with Islam. And then all the Muslims are impressed by that for some reason.
You need a lower class accent for Lily J. she Chat GPT. So it needs to sound nice and lower class.
Professor Yaffle says 90% women in hell. Well, it's only the majority, so I guess it could be 50.1% women in hell. But the big problem is that the Jewish and Christian women of hell are pulled out of hell to become second, third, fourth, whatever wives for Muslim men in paradise. So for the majority to be women, despite the fact that a good number of Christian women are being pulled out of hell, would suggest that almost all Muslim women go to hell, which is, of course, basically what Muhammad taught.
Oh yeah, because he's the one who said that his God won't listen to you if you're menstruating. God can't hear your prayers. Mm-hmm. He thinks you're disgusting. He made you bleed, and then he thinks you're so disgusting that he will not listen to your prayers or give you any credit for your Quran recitation or give you any credit for your fasting. And so he sent you to hell for this, because this is your deficiency of religion. Muhammad himself explicitly said you're going to hell for the deficiency of your religion, and it's because of your menstruation, because Allah finds it too revolting to give you any credit for all of these good deeds you might do during that time, so you go to hell.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he taught.
It is indeed what he taught, that women are deficient by their nature. But the nature that Allah created them in, because obviously it's not like women choose to menstruate. That's something that is part of their biology, and yet Allah blames them for it. Continuing with the news article, the protest was called by Hafazat-e-Islam, an influential Bangladeshi Islamicist group, claiming that some of the proposed recommendations hurt, quote, the sentiments of the majority of the people of this country.
Oh, it hurt their feelings. Oh, poor Bangladeshis. We can't hurt Muslims' feelings by treating women like human beings.
Yeah, in their own words, right? They say it hurts our feelings. It hurts our feelings. Leaders of the Hafazat-e-Islam group claimed that draft recommendations of the Women's Affairs Reform Commission instituted by Muhammad Yunus's interim government are contradictory to Sharia law. The group threatened a nationwide protest on May 23rd if the government didn't meet their demands. Well, at this point, they're just proposed law. It's not even a proposed law. It's just a draft, like an early draft. I don't know exactly how their system works, but, it's in some pre-voting stage. And they're making demands, I guess, to stop considering the possibility of this ever moving towards becoming law. It's not actually clear what their demands are.
Yeah, sounds about right. I have not followed Bangladeshi politics well at all. I am familiar that previously, before this interim government, they had the government had been led by one particular for a while, and with some drama involved in that, the government that they had formed kind of fell apart. So that's why there's an interim, if I am remembering correctly. But this was like a year ago or so that I read it. So there's all kinds of political drama in Bangladesh right now. But yeah, this whole thing like wanting to be respected by other countries, because of course Islam encourages face. That it's face, it's shame, it's wanting to appear not despicable and revolting to other people and not being despised by every other country that's decent. And they would want to make these changes not really because they care about women, but because they want to be considered, the fact that they're bottom of the barrel on women's lists and on human rights and things like that is embarrassing to them, and they want to change that perception. So that would be why they're making changes.
I think this article will go into it later. So if it doesn't, remind me to bring it up. But yes, America is basically correct. That
I didn't read the whole article. I read it was a headline sent to you and fell asleep.
That they had the same female leader for 15 years, and then there was some sort of alleged scandal or something, and she ended up she was related to the previous leader. That's why a female ended up leading, because it was her dad or grandfather or uncle, some close male relative, and she kind of inherited the position, I believe. Yeah, obviously I'm not an expert on Bangladeshi politics, but I do believe the article describes a little bit how the current government came to be. Manuel Shahid says Bangladesh for a long time was not a Sharia country. Sheikh Hasina worked hard not to have these jihadi. That would be the previous ruler. I said Sheikh, but it's probably Sheikh, right? Sheikh, because it's not a title. That's her actual name. In any case, I believe that is correct. There's at least been attempts to make it a secular country, and these current proposals are moving it more along those lines, and the Islamicist groups are pretty upset about that. Your brother in Christ says, look at all these awesome people and cat on the stream. I think you're supposed to say something like, oh, I'm so happy to see the cat on the stream. Oh, hi, Thaddeus. To follow the meme way of greeting from David's channel. Continuing on with the article. Over 20,000 followers of the group rallied at the Dhaka University, some carrying banners and placards reading, "Say no to Western laws on our women, rise up Bangladesh." So 20,000 followers. And in the AP article, which has most of the words from the AP article are in this, but this image from the AP article is not, where you see a actual very massive crowd, right? And not a woman to be seen, all men in this picture, all these people all coming out in support of the protest. 20,000 people, I think, is not a ridiculous estimate of the numbers that have turned out. One of the biggest public shows of strength in years in religious activism surged in Bangladesh following the ouster of deposed Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's Awami League regime last year. Protesters mostly included teachers and students of non-government or Qawmi madrasas. Islamist groups in Bangladesh have increased their visibility since former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's ouster, and minority groups have complained of being intimidated.
And one of the reasons that they were involved in wanting to get rid of her, she came to power largely because of her familial connections, but they want to get rid of her is because what did Muhammad say about any country that is led by a woman? That it would fail, that it would founder. So, Margaret Thatcher must have caused Great Britain to go up in flames. Elizabeth I destroyed everything. Catherine the Great must have really weakened Europe. Maria Theresa of Austria destroyed everything. Whenever Mary What's-her-face was the Queen Mother in France, oh goodness, the Italian lady, she must have just destroyed it all. Wait, no, they did. They were all of those examples were of highly competent rulers, even if some of them were very ruthless. So, apparently Muhammad's predictive abilities are about as good as his personal hygiene.
So excellent, I think, is what you're saying. Shahid says, "My family is from Bangladesh. I have a cousin there who came to Christ 2 years ago. Gives me insight. They never respect women, right by the hardline Muslim that's trying to gain control." Absolutely. Would love to hear your perspective. So if you want to come up and talk with us live, by all means, do so. The link is pinned in the chat. And if you can't join right now, no big deal. Just giving you that opportunity. And Wad is here. Hey, Wad, this is your opportunity to come talk to us live. You can come talk and tell us about how great Islam is and how it gives women so many rights. I hope you'll take advantage of this opportunity and click that link.
One doesn't think that Islam gives women tons of rights. He thinks it gives them exactly the amount of rights they deserve, which is very little.
Yeah, that's probably true. But I'm being generous here, right? I'm being generous to Wad. Well,
I've actually discussed it with him before. He's like, nope. That's what women deserve. You're uppity. You need to be controlled better by your man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Wad's main purpose in chat does seem to be to flirt with non-Muslim women, or at least I'm not sure what it does is qualifies as flirting, but that's certainly his intent. Right? He's like, "Oh, I'm so glad you're here. You're such a nice person." And Wad has a little love jihad on his mind, I think, when he comes into these streams. Let's continue reading this article. What were the demands? All right, what were the demands? And I have read this, and it's not actually all that clear what the demands are, but we at least get some idea. The protesters mainly denounced proposed recommendations for ensuring equal rights, including ones related to property for mainly Muslim women. Naib-e-Amir, or senior leader of the platform, Maulani Mahfuza Haq, announced a 12-point charter of demands, with the first one being abolition of the existing Women's Reform Commission and its members punished for the proposed changes, and constituting a new one comprising of Islamic scholars and women representatives. What? So, I mean, okay, I get what they're saying. Like, they want to abolish the committee that recommended this bill and punish them for recommending a bill, which seems outrageous from a democratic Western perspective, that merely proposing a bill is reason for someone to be disciplined, according to these people. But then they want to replace it with a committee of hardline or Islamic scholars and some women who will be handpicked to just be there to pretend that women have some sort of influence. Of course, they'll just be, oh, yes, Mr. Scholar, I agree, I do deserve to be beaten, and so on and so forth. Can't imagine they'd actually have any real representation for women on their proposed changes to the thing. And we got Yusuf here in, well, someone deleted it as I was trying to pull it up, so I didn't pull up. But we got Yusuf in the chat spamming Bible verses, which of course he thinks are against women, I suppose. Yusuf, why don't you come up and talk to us? The link is pinned at the top here. So Yusuf, come talk to us live. You got timed out for spamming Bible verses instead of engaging with the subject, which is fine. I would have warned him first, but it's fine because he was literally just posting the same message over and over, like literal spamming. So Yusuf, come talk to us live and show us that we're wrong, that Islam does have this amazing treatment of women. But guess what? If you appeal to Bible verses to say that Islam gives women good treatment, you're telling me that the Bible is authoritative over Muslims, because the subject today is what Islam teaches. So the only way it would make sense for you to appeal to Bible verses is if you think the Bible is authoritative over you. So if you come up live, I'm going to not allow you to speak about the Bible unless you say, yes, the Bible is authoritative for me.
It's so funny because Muslims see that women are captives in war in the Bronze Age and goes, there's nothing else that anyone would do with a captive woman except for rape them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they can't imagine having a female in their power and not raping them. So they just project onto them their Islamic value system. It is just insane to me. Like, you can't find a single rabbi who thought it meant that, or a single father of the church who thought it meant that, or anyone into the 19th century. Maybe you could find some sort of weirdo recently who has decided it means that, but you can't find that historically. And yet they'll run to that because they're like, oh, look, they have women. They're having sex with them, because that's what you do when you're near women that you like are in your power. What else would you do to them other than have sex with them?
Mm-hmm. And we have, well, first from Alexander, the Ummah became mute all of a sudden. Yeah, it's weird. You know, no matter what subject I talk about, Muslims
they want to talk about something else.
Different subject.
Yep.
Right?
And it can be the same Muslims. Like, nope, I want to talk about something else. It's like, nope, subject for the day.
If we've been talking about, say, the Christian view of women in this stream, Yusuf would have come in here and started spamming Hadith or something, right? So it's very strange. They never want to talk about whatever we're actually talking about, always something else. But we did have a on-topic super chat here, or at least directly related to what was just said, from Songs of Relief.
You see, they ban people spamming Bible verses. Fake Christians.
Indeed. We don't want anyone to see the Bible verses. Thank you very much for that donation, Songs of Relief. And if you want the Ape Apologist to read your super chat, make sure to put Ape at the start of the super chat.
That is my favorite thing now about your channel, by the way. That's fantastic.
Bruce says her voice, I assume you mean Mary's voice, is so loud today. It was very loud at the start, but it has gotten better.
Okay. Sorry, guys. Just what I can do in the car.
Yeah, it's fine now. It was like the first couple sentences were super loud, so he might be behind or whatever. But I didn't mention it because it got better. Welcome, Eric. I see you decided to join the stream.
Oh, I can't let you have all the fun out here all the time. You really gotta leave a little bit for us.
Mm-hmm.
This also means I have backup. So if I drop off, there's somebody else to fill in.
And just so you know, Eric, I do have the delay active. So if you try to show pornography, it's not going to work. Just thought I'd warn you about that one.
Foiled again.
But anyway, welcome to the stream. What is your opinion of Islam's treatment of women?
Oh, I keep hearing Islam is the most virtuous feminist religion that's out there, with all the love and kindness to women all the time. Nope. Islam's treatment of women is that of animals. They have no higher position than that of animals. That comes straight out of Aisha's mouth.
Oh, but you can't slap women in the face. Of course, you also can't slap animals in the face.
Yeah. I was sitting here thinking,
wait a second.
Let's do that to animals.
Exactly. So you can't. They're like, they tell you have to treat slaves well. You can't slap them in the face. So women, slaves, and animals, you can't hit any of them in the face.
Of course, because after all, at least for women, that's like you get to see. Everyone gets to see about this much of a woman. So therefore, if you slap them, you might give them a black eye, and that's half of their face then deformed by what other people can see, and other people could then see that, and that might make Islam look bad.
Mm-hmm. I've actually heard that there's a couple popular kickboxers or MMA people who are Muslims, at least nominally, right? At least on paper, they're Muslims. And I've actually heard many Muslims are just like super enthusiastic about it, and they're like, this proves the truth of Islam for some reason. But I have also heard Muslims say like, well, they're obviously not a very good Muslim. They're hitting people in the face during their fights.
Yeah, it's totally haram, by the way. It's completely, utterly, 100% haram to hit other people on the face during a fight for sport. The only reason you do that is if you're trying to kill them. So, yes, it is absolutely haram. And there are two different reasons given. Hitting your wife in the face is humiliating, again, because she'll walk around with a black eye and she'll be embarrassed by the way you beat her. Beating her is fine, just don't embarrass her. But the other reason is because they are made in the image of Allah. But so are animals, apparently, because that's why you can't be animals, because they're one of Allah's creations. So it's very confusing.
We also have a new guest here. Sasha has joined. Welcome.
Welcome.
Oh, hey. Long time no see. Still no
it's
see,
been a while
but
since I saw him.
well, we haven't opened up calls.
Not actually hearing anything from your end, so I don't know if you're talking.
Can't hear anything.
I got nothing.
All right, well, we'll just continue on with the news article. Why works out that sound issue there. So we were talking about how they have a 12-point.
I just heard him. Just heard Sasha.
Hey. Yep. Welcome.
What's up, guys and girls? Sorry, just a moment. Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you now. So welcome to the stream. What is your opinion of Islam's treatment of women?
Well, my opinion, I don't know. Just a moment. I think I'm lagging.
Yeah, there's definitely a delay, but go ahead and give us your thoughts.
I will drop and come again. I think something's wrong with the stream. Actually, probably with my side. I will drop and come again.
Okay.
That does happen.
So in this article, we're reading how they have 12 demands. The article only actually talks about one, though, which is abolishing the committee that proposed this bill, punishing the people who proposed the bill and replacing them with Islamic scholars. So that is the first of their 12 demands. So their leader said that the commission's proposed changes hurt the sentiments of the majority of people of this country. You already said that once in your article by labeling the religious laws of inheritance as the main cause of inequality between men and women. Well, I think he's right, actually, that the inheritance laws specifically are not the main cause of inequality in Bangladesh between the genders. Probably that would be Islam. Probably that would just be Islam broadly speaking, not specifically laws that do come from Islam, but still laws forbidding women from inheriting property. The group's leaders also demanded that the interim government, led by Nobel Peace Prize laureate Mohammed Yunus, ban the Awami League Party, led by former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, who was ousted in August. To ensure we win elections from now on, let's just get rid of the opposing political party, the party that is in power right now, and has their leader has been nominated for a Nobel Prize or won a Nobel Peace Prize. We need to get rid of them. We need to get rid of them because this is against Islam. No Muslim should ever win a Nobel Peace Prize. Islam isn't about peace. Come on, get rid of that guy. He's a monster. I think is what they are suggesting there. And we did lose Mary, so hopefully she comes back here in a second.
I can only see the cat cam now.
Yeah, I'm fixing that, but the audience is saying the right thing.
Okay, good. I was probably saying, all I see is a cat cam. I don't even see myself anymore.
Yep. So when Mary dropped, it messed up the stream, so I reloaded it, but then I have to reshare the video before you see it. And Sasha is back. Welcome.
Hello, guys. How are you?
Doing well, and it looks like no delay this time because you answered me right away. So that fixed the problem.
Yeah, thanks God. Thanks God.
So I was asking you, how do you feel about Islam's treatment of women?
Well, I think it was very, very advanced for the 7th century, brother. I mean, people before that, they never knew that you can rape your own wife if she refused to sleep with you, and etc. But alhamdulillah, when Muhammad came and Islam spread, people finally find the truth and they figure out that they can rape their own wives and slave girls if they refuse to sleep with them. Actually, I can share the screen to show you. It's beautiful Sharia law, brother.
All right, let's see that.
Just a moment to see how to share. Well, this is probably here. Okay. Just a moment.
I'm working on pulling up my audio settings to get that fixed. So just give me a second on that.
Interesting. Just a moment. This is not regular screen sharing. I think you have no this option. Just to see here. Yeah, I'll find it. Just a moment. What to entire screen.
And hopefully my audio should be fixed at least. And hopefully my audio should be fixed at least.
Do you see now?
Yes.
Oh.
Oops,
So
hold on a second.
Whoops, you put me there.
All right, let's try this again. Get everyone re-added to the stream. Oh, that's my screen share there. Add this. And
My phone was trying to set on fire, so I had to strip it down and put it in front of a vent.
Well, that's something that isn't good. Phones don't catch on
The
fire.
OtterBox insulates it so well that when I'm on this particular streaming site, it makes it work too hard and it overheats and then it won't charge.
all right, I got the screen share working there.
Okay, no worries.
For half a second, we had Liam, the Islamic convert, there. So come back, Liam.
But he disappeared. I was going to mention that once I got things fixed. He was up here, and I was happy to add him to the stream, but then he disappeared. So didn't even have a chance. Anyway, go ahead. Go ahead with your source here.
Okay, so basically this is one of the many Sharia books actually that I have. Now they are not all in one file. I need to, rearrange a little bit my file, but this will be more than enough. So this is one of the most famous Hanafi Sharia books. It's probably top 3 in the Hanafi schools. You have like Ibn Abadin's book, you have Hidayah, and you have Muqtaqazar al-Quduri. So this is Hidayah, and for here is talking about rights of the husband over his wife. So basically, cut it short, to start from here. It is otherwise where a woman reside in the house of her husband, refused to admit him to the conjugal embrace, which is basically to sleep with him, as she is entitled to maintenance, so he provide food and shelter for her, notwithstanding her opposition, because being then in his power, he may, if he please, enjoy her by force.
All right. And so Liam did connect, but the genius was not smart enough to wait till I added him to the stream and took off his pants. So I just hung up on him. But he didn't even wait till I added him to the stream. So literally the only person who saw it was me. Nice tiny little thing you got there, buddy. Nice tiny little thing. You might want to have a doctor look at that.
So look
in any case,
this is also I will magnify. Well,
I know you're talking about the text, but
here you have footnote even that is explaining it's another edition of the Hidayah. This being considered marital rape today. It's literally a footnote in this book that explain that today it will be considered like marital raping. I will magnify a little bit. So this is here, this footnote also shows this. And this is even, the people who basically have these books, they feel so free to translate it on English. They were so nice gentlemen, so they translated it to English. And it's not Christian translation. It's actually academic, I think, Muslim translation. And this is, by the way, Burhan al-Din. Hidayah's Burhan al-Din author. And this is the guy who, Markinani, who basically, I think, translated on English. So, I mean, you can find a lot of this crazy stuff. For example, on Islam QA, 22442, Ahmad ibn Hanbal, so founder of Hanbali school, or his son, I suppose, is actually founder. And Abu Ubaid is also famous Islamic, Hanbali scholar and Salafi scholar also. When a girl reached the age of 9, that the marriage may be consummated even without her consent.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So, I mean, this is, when somebody tell me that, like, by the Islamic rule in Sharia, woman is the princess, is the queen, or whatever, I just remember this book, and I said, people are delusional. They lie today, and these Dawa guys are lying to you people. Unfortunately, a slave girl and the wife cannot refuse her master or husband, whatever, to sleep with them. So if they don't have some justified reason means if they are sick or something, they cannot refuse it. He have right to force them, to basically rape them if they refuse to sleep with him. So
And notice that notice it said in his power. The Arabic behind that is almost certainly Malik. That's the dominion of the husband that he acquires by right of purchasing a slave or the mother of.
yeah, exactly. Actually, if you go to Shafi school and Shafi scholars, they even try. No, sorry, Hanbali scholars. Sorry, my mistake. But never mind. It's also, I think, Shafi, similar Shafi teaching. Said if the wife, basically, they said if the wife, which have some rights in Sharia, cannot refuse her husband to sleep with her, that definitely the slave girl cannot refuse either, because slave girl has no rights. Basically, has lesser rights than wife. So it's crazy.
Because she was praying too long.
So Mary, you dropped and then you rejoined mid-sentence.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Can you go to Sunnah.com and look up just pray, fast, beat, and see if you can find the really long hadith about the woman who gets raped by her husband whenever she tries to fast. And that hadith, remember that Muhammad's Sunnah consists of what he remarks on and what he doesn't. Because he only corrected the woman and said that she was wrong, that established that husbands have the right to rape their wives, because the husband was not corrected for raping his wife.
All right, let me see if I can find that here. So you said
you have even famous hadith when Muhammad hit Aisha in the chest and she felt pain. Sorry. So this Dawa guy said, no, he will just push her. Actually, you can go to Dorar.net and you can find sharh of that hadith. Sharh means explanation. And this explanation is literally said, this hadith is used like a proof that you can beat your wife.
Yep.
And if you go to Shafi, let's say books and Shamela, these scholars will quote it also hadith that Umar said, nobody will be asked when he beat his wife. And also Bukhari Sahih hadith, don't beat your wife like you beat your slave girl, because you will sleep with her maybe this night. And they quoted like a hujjah, like a proof that you can beat your wife.
Yeah, don't beat your wife like a slave girl and sleep with her on the same night. So you can beat her like you beat a slave girl, just not sleep with her that night. You have to wait a day to sleep with her after you beat her like your slave girl.
Yeah, and it's in Bukhari, and you can find references on Shamela in this scholarly books and fatwas and whatever, and it's crazy. I think Thaddeus, you is it me or you turn out the screen on the opposite direction?
That is actually the audience there triggering Islamic mode, and in Islamic mode, everything is upside down. I think this may or may not be the hadith you're referring to, Mary, but it certainly is at least similar. Abu Said said, told of a woman who came to God's messenger when he was with him and said, my husband Safwan bin al-Muta'al beats me when I pray, makes me break my fast when I'm observing it, and does not pray the dawn prayer until the sun rises.
That's it. Breaking her fast is through rape, just to be clear. He's raping her during the day because he can't wait till the sun goes down to have sex, so that she can do fasting properly. So he causes her to break her fast and not get credit for it by raping her against her will when she wants to fast, only during daylight hours.
So let's continue here. Safwan was present, so he asked him, Muhammad, about what she said, and he replied, oh, no, sorry. So Abu asked Safwan what about this, and he said, Messenger of God, as for her statement that I beat her when she prays, she recites 2 surahs, and I have forbidden her to do so. God's messenger said to him, if it had been 1 surah, it would have been enough for people. So in other words, his rule that you're only allowed to say 1 surah before he gets to climb on top of you is valid. And then he continued. So Muhammad continued. Oh, no, sorry, this is Safwan. They use all these pronouns, but based on the content, it must be Safwan. As for her statement that I make her break her fast when she's observing it, she keeps on fasting, and I'm a young man who cannot contain himself. So Mary is correct, right? That he desires her. She's fasting too long. He needs her. God's messenger said, a woman may not fast only with her husband's permission. He continued, as for her statement that I do not pray until the sun rises, I belong to a family which has such a reputation, hardly awaking till the sun rises. He said, then when you awake, Safwan, you must pray. This refers to fasting, which is not obligatory, according to the translator, adding that clarification. Oh, it was a voluntary fast, and that's why he was allowed to demand she stop fasting so he could have sex with her. According to Muhammad? No, according to the translator who wants us to believe that anyway. But even if it's a voluntary fast, it still seems a little outrageous that the husband here has the right to demand his wife spread her legs whenever he wants, even if she's engaged in religious practices at the time. Stop your religious practices. I need you to spread your legs.
Keep in mind that it's only the daylight hours. As soon as the sun goes down, she would be completely available to him. So when he says, I cannot contain myself, he means for 12 hours.
Well, he did add that, I belong to a group of people who have a really hard time staying up at night. We sleep all night long. That's what he says, right?
Well, he has a hard time. Yeah, they have a hard time waking up before dawn, but it doesn't say when they went to sleep at night.
Yeah.
Nope.
But hey, he wants his wife in the morning, okay, Mary? And he doesn't wake up early enough to take her before the sun rises, so he needs her to break her fast so that he can get his morning enjoyment.
Which means, of course, that she may be sent to hellfire for this, because she needs to make up all the goodies that she misses when she's menstruating, and Allah's too disgusted to give her any credit.
Indeed,
but that's okay, because women, their main purpose is to please their husbands. If that sends them to hell, then that's fine.
See,
they're trash anyway.
I thought we were to be judged for our own actions. So if a woman is forced to have sex with her husband, then wouldn't that be his actions instead of her?
No, she still breaks her fast, so she doesn't get credit. It's a voluntary fast. There's no fasting for her, so not for her.
Again.
She also can't.
Doesn't make any
she
sense.
also can't give sadaqah without her husband's permission. So, again, she cannot even give voluntary charity without her husband's permission. And then, if with his permission, he also gets part credit for it. If he gives on his own, he gets full credit. She gets none. If she gives without his permission, she gets no credit. With his permission, he gets half credit.
I think that's completely and totally fair. I don't know why anyone would object.
Islamic equality, guys. Islamic equality.
Mm-hmm.
Justice.
But you did miss a crucial point there, your brother in Christ. The number one religious duty of a woman is to satisfy her husband's demands, right? The main reason that a woman goes to hell is because her husband is not satisfied. So if she wants to ensure that she gets to heaven, then she has to satisfy her husband. And if doing so causes her to do other things that send her to hell, well, she's kind of just screwed either way, right? Because ignoring her husband will send her to hell. Or, saying, can you wait 10 minutes? I'm trying to pray here. That'll send her to hell. Because how long does it take to pray, right? I did 2 whole surahs, which could take as little as a minute and a half. But Muhammad's like, no, one should have been sufficient. One should have been sufficient for you. You're being unreasonable by saying I want to pray 2 surahs before I have sex with my husband. And that's just the way it is, I guess.
Yeah, you have to. If she refuses her husband and she dies on a day that she refuses her husband, she goes to hell. If she dies on a day that her husband is unhappy with her, she goes to hell. So you have to please the husband first, and then Allah. Both have to be pleased with her.
That really puts the keys to Jannah for at least for the wife's salvation, in the hands of the husband.
Yeah.
I thought Allah was the only one who could guarantee or give.
Well, I mean, he doesn't guarantee access. He just sends her to hell. The husband can only send her to hell. The husband can't send her to Jannah.
Well, isn't he the one who gets to pick which wives he gets in Jannah?
No. Allah will still send him to hell. Even if he likes the wife, Allah will send her to hell if she doesn't make Allah's cut.
I gotcha. It sounds perfectly equal to me.
And Allah will give him better wives instead.
Mm-hmm. All fair.
So generous.
100% completely
so merciful.
Fair. Yeah, merciful even, right? This is just giving women so many rights in comparison to men. I mean, men don't have the right to go to hell for failing to please their wives. So clearly, women have amazing rights in Islam. All right, so we looked at that hadith, and we have a couple. Whoops, I did that in the wrong order, but should be okay. Yes. All right. We have a couple of super chats, or in this case, 5 gifted reasoned answers memberships from Jack Ray.
And Allah will bless you in a million ways. You find the tree will grow and you will have lots and lots of wealth. This is the example that we gave to the children. And I'm letting you know that when you sow that seed by giving, you shall receive much more than you gave by the will of Allah. Give as much as you can, for indeed you will reap much more than you have sown.
Thank you very much for those gifted reasoned answers memberships. And Cody said, I wish I had the stacks like Jack Ray. Well, all you have to do is listen to Mufti Menk right there, right? He told you exactly how you can get stacks of money. You give as much as you can, and then Allah will give you more money so that you can give even more money. You take all your wealth, right? There's the other half of it, that where the apple comes from. You take all your wealth and you eat it, right? You eat the apple, that is your wealth. And then you take the leftover portions, the inner portion that's filled with seeds and the leftover apple bits. And then you put that in the ground, which means you give a loan to Allah. You donate money to the Muslim charity, to Mufti Menk especially, right? Especially to him. And then Allah causes those seeds to grow so that you have thousands of apples, thousands of dollars, right? You donated $10. It gives you 1,000 times $10 in return. It's really quite simple to become wealthy, Cody.
Basic math.
Yep. Exactly. So make sure that you're donating to Mufti Menk as much as you can.
So
if you have $3.12 in your bank account, make sure to donate $3.12 today.
But I have one question, brother. I think it's technically forbidden, and because when you even give a lakh to a loan, he cannot give you more than what you give to him, because
No.
interest is forbidden.
Allah is the only one who can pay interest. Allah is allowed to pay interest, and they have actually had people talk about how Allah's interest is the only interest that there is that's legitimate.
Okay. Sorry then. My mistake. Alhamdulillah, my mistake.
Now, Mary, I gotta correct you on something though. You did say that wives can't decide to send their husbands to hell, but wives definitely can in one aspect. For example, if they were to make sure that every time their husband goes to pray, they walk in front of the husband, it invalidates his prayers, and therefore he would be going to hell.
That's true, but he'd probably just beat her into unconsciousness, and then it'd be fine.
Details, okay? I was just saying, it's like equal to like the dogs and the asses then in that comparison, because they also invalidate prayers.
Yep, that's why I tell anytime you see Muslims do not pray on streets in Islamic countries. They do it in Western countries to be offensive. They're doing it to be offensive. It is not an expression of genuine piety. It is to be offensive and to show power. So anytime you see a Muslim praying, like a group of Muslims praying in the middle of a road or something, get women to walk in front of them. We need to do this. People need to know that that's how you stop them from doing this.
Or buy black dog like a pet, and every time take your black dog between them.
So we have Magnetic Christ calling me a white boy grifter.
Well, I think that could apply to you and me. Obviously, he wouldn't be calling Mary that, because that would just be stupid.
Well, he's definitely talking to me, because his evidence that I'm a grifter is that he got an ad when he clicked on the video.
He puts those on no matter what. I swear, I turn them off of a good portion of my streams, and people still tell me they're getting ads in front of my stream. YouTube doesn't care.
You can't stop. You can't stop it. You might as well take money from it, because somebody's making money from it.
My wife Elle had, before she could even monetize on her channel, I would go to her channel and watch some of her videos, and they would have ads in front of it. And I'm like,
Yeah,
I know she's not getting paid for this, because she doesn't even qualify back then.
All unmonetized ads or videos will get ads. They just get YouTube just keeps the money.
Yes, when I make one video with my friends on the Serbian channel, we also are not monetized, but it was YouTube commercials a lot of time when you start the video. At least for the videos, I think that have couple thousand views. They supposedly probably have some kind of algorithm, and when they see that video reach some exact number of views, they just add a couple more ads to that, and you will not get the money, because it's not monetized channel. Our channel is not monetized.
Well, that's beside the point, right? Whether or not you can get rid of them is beside the point, because I do have monetization on my channel. Why are you putting ads, white boy? Well, you called it money for nothing, but I mean, does this actually cost me nothing to do?
No, it's cost you your job.
Yeah, it cost me my job, among other things. It costs me my time. It costs me electricity. It costs me the subscription services that I pay for in order to be able to bring people content. My microphone wasn't free. My computer wasn't free. And as you yourself pointed out, he said I got a penny, but actually it's closer to half a cent per ad. So what you think that my time is worth less than half a penny? And by the way, if you don't want me to get money, just hit skip the ad. You can skip ads, and then you don't, the advertiser doesn't get charged, and the person the ad is on, they don't get paid. So what exactly is your problem exactly? That I made half a cent off of you? You don't have better things to do than complain about half a penny? Really? Now, as far as grifting goes, I think you're confusing me with, say, Mufti Menk, for example, who is not providing anything of any actual value and is demanding Muslims give every last penny that they have. He says, no excuses. You donate no matter what. Right? A different clip than the one that was just played, but he says, no excuses. You just give and Allah will reward you for it. I'm not claiming anyone is going to reward you for watching that ad, right? God is not going to give you lots and lots of wealth because you watched that ad. If people choose to voluntarily support me because they like what I'm doing, that is their case. Do you go on to secular channels that have monetization and say, you're a grifter because you have monetization on in your channel? Of course you don't. Do you go into Muslim channels and tell them they're grifters because they have monetization on? I'm guessing no. I'm guessing you only have a problem with me, and it's probably about the subject of the video, not the fact that there was an ad on the video.
And funniest stuff is like most of these Dava guys that are famous, like Hamza, Muhammad Hijab, Ali Dava, and company, they are basically tricksters. You know, they trick people for the money. Like Hamza asked for 25,000. After that, he said, "Oh well, they gave me 25. Why shouldn't I go to 50?" I mean, what the heck?
And he's asking people to fund his failing business, which has been failing for 5 years now. He's been unable to run a successful business, and he's asking to have his business bailed out. Which, woo!
So,
The light went away.
so this moron claims he has YouTube Premium. Well, I have YouTube Premium, and I have never ever seen an ad.
Oh no, they're rolling out. YouTube is rolling out test ads where they are testing, forcing YouTube Premium viewers occasionally to see ads to see what happens.
Yeah.
So what I would do, by the way, if I get an ad, I will immediately cancel YouTube Premium just to send a message, and I will keep it off for a month and deal with the ads. Because yes, YouTube is testing this. This has nothing to do with Thaddeus or anyone else. Yeah, I read about YouTube testing this, and I was so mad.
Yeah, we literally, as creators, have no control over YouTube Red. If you watch
that's outrageous. I didn't actually know that. That's outrageous that they're starting to show ads for people who pay for a premium service to not have ads.
Yes, I'm very annoyed. I haven't gotten one yet, but if I do, my finger's on the unsubscribe button, and I will find something that I can do to suck down the videos and like throw it up on a server, and I'll watch it from a server before I'll do that, because that's ridiculous.
And so then this guy, who's obviously not a Christian, and he said fuck Allah, so I guess he's not a Muslim either. He's just a troll, but he keeps saying how he wants to rape Marion, a member of the chat. Now, if he was a Muslim, I would have very specific consequences for that. But since you're not a Muslim and it will have no effect on you, I'll just say another word like this from you, and you're gone. It's not very complicated.
That is right sentence would be, but since you are not Muslim, but some other kind of weirdo, I will ban you. Oh, bro. This is crazy what you can see on this internet.
Yeah.
And just so everyone knows, we got some real genius Muslims trying to join the chat, or maybe it was our friend here, Magnetic Christ. But anyway, another real genius tried to join the stream with his shirt off, showing me only from the waist down, like a little bit enough so I could see his shirt was off, only the waist down, with his hands moving towards his pants. Gee, I wonder what he was about to do.
Why are Muslims such perverts? They're like, I need to show my penis to people. People need to see this. And why are they so poorly endowed every single time? Like, I'm sorry. I would be embarrassed if I were a man. These guys are just... I don't know whether or not, like, everyone around them, when they go in the boys' locker room, they all are, like, tiny, and so they don't realize, but, oh, goodness. Sweetie, you're not impressing anyone. We're just kind of feel pity and disgust in kind of equal measures. And your room's always dirty. Clean your room. It's always dirty. Clean your room.
In fairness, I hung up on this guy before he could pull it down, so I don't know how large it was or wasn't. Just saying.
I predict that it will be the same as all the others, which is... I mean, no wonder they keep their women locked up. They'd run away immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is the extent of their intellectual arguments.
They're sexually deprived. It's what they do.
Obviously, because they can't have sex while their wives are fasting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're not supposed to.
All right. Let's get back to our original subject now, which was this news in Bangladesh here. I mean, I know that we're here giving Muslims the opportunity to come and tell us how Islam treats women so beautifully and wonderfully. And what do we get? We get people trying to show us their penis. Good arguments, guys. Good arguments. We're totally convinced of the truth of Islam. So as we were... Just to remind you, the current leader of the interim government has been awarded a Nobel Peace Prize. And the response of this Islamic organization is to ban his political party from ever holding power again.
Well, to be fair, getting a Nobel Peace Prize, they've given it to scammers. They give it to all kinds of people who have done nothing. Obama got it before, like right when he was elected, and then proceeded to bomb into oblivion all kinds of places without that we had never bombed before. So, but it does mean that they have face politically internationally. You know, this is he's gained international recognition from the international community, whatever that happens to mean to you.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that this somehow proves he's a great guy or whatever, but I'm more concerned that they want to ban the political party, right? They're like, oh, we can't just defeat them in a democratic election. Let's ban the party. But just so you know, Mary, according to Yusuf, your voice is poop. This is his great argument. Yeah, this is his great argument about how Islam treats women wonderfully.
Well, my voice probably is poop right now in the car, but I don't particularly care. I mean, like, shouldn't I disguise my voice if it were like attractive? Wouldn't that be haram? Mm-hmm. Women should not speak if they have a soft and sweet and enticing voice. You can't speak that way. But I'll try to speak more like Lily J.
We need to
and
get
I'll
you a
talk
whiteboard.
about Chat GPT.
Whiteboard. Whiteboard.
I don't think whiteboard would work in the car, though.
Details.
Mm-hmm. I was actually at the store yesterday to get office supplies, and I saw whiteboards there. I was like, should I get one of these? But I didn't. Maybe I will, though. Maybe I will get a whiteboard.
I have one question for Mary. Can you tell me what is worst thing to have, like this voice like a poop, or literally to take a water with a poop and do voodoo ablution?
Yeah, that would definitely be worse. And if my husband cleaned up the way Muhammad did, Muhammad would take his semen and rub it on the walls of their house. And Aisha used to show visitors decades after he died the marks of his semen covered hands on the walls of the house. I mean, could you imagine doing that? Just like, well, I don't know how he gets it all over his hands in the first place. I'm not even going to ask, but just like rubbing it on the walls, man.
Yeah, and not just that. You had like you had Sahih Hadith when they brought him the water from some Buddha well, whatever, that was full of excrements, full of dead dogs and menstrual clothes of women, and he do voodoo and ablution, whatever ritual cleaning.
Oh yeah.
And they were looking to him like he was weirdo. Oh, no, bro, what are you doing? He said, "What? Water is clean. It's not defiled by anything." So
yeah, there is a group in Pakistan trying to get people to like stop giving people horrible dysentery and stuff, but they have folks who run restaurants who will just use scoop water out of the squat toilet to wash the vegetables in, because of Muhammad saying that nothing makes water unclean. So they will use the squat toilet, flush it once, pull out water, and wash vegetables, and trying to explain to these people, and they're just like, no, my religion says this. Or if you bless it, it's supposed to magically no longer even make you ill to drink. And it's craziness.
So I did have two important thoughts from the audience here. Voyager says this is forensic evidence. The semen wiped on the walls is forensic evidence, which would be good, except that forensic evidence is not allowed under Sharia law. So do have that problem. But Genesis 50:20 asked whose semen, which is also a very good question, right? Just because Muhammad was touching himself and wiping the semen that got on his hand on the wall doesn't necessarily mean it was his own semen.
That is also true.
That's a very good point.
Just want to be clear, we're not saying that it was definitely Muhammad's semen. It might have been someone else's semen that was on his body that he's wiping on the wall. All right, continuing with the article here. So they're talking about the Awami Party, and that was formerly headed by Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, who was ousted in August. Hasina's opponents accused her government of killing hundreds of students and others during an uprising that ended her 15-year rule. Hasina has been exiled in India since her ouster. So there is the context that we were talking about earlier of the political drama. Obviously, I'm not qualified to say whether her government had anything to do with that or not, or if this is a false charge or anything else. Continuing on with the relevant stuff here. Men and women can never be equal. A woman's madrasa teacher, Muhammad Shahib Udin, told the rally, adding that the Quran outlines specific codes of life for both genders and, quote, there is no way we can go beyond that. So this is an individual who teaches women how, well, it says women, but we know that, I mean, it's a school. It's actually teenagers or children, but they're women in Islam, obviously, because they're at least 9 years old. I guess the students he teaches, so they're women, and so we have a man whose job is to teach girls about Islam, and he says men and women can be never equal. This is what I teach all of my students as I'm forcing them to the ground and punishment. Yeah, good source of information there. And he's speaking on behalf of this movement of 20,000 people protesting. James says maybe it was Allah's semen. Well, only if it's the end times, because Allah's semen is stored underneath his throne until the end times, where then he rains his semen down on the earth, which brings all the dead, deceased people back to life for judgment. So probably not Allah's semen. Maybe Jibril's semen, however. The Hezaphat called, so that's the name of the group protesting. The Hezaphat called for reinstating, quote, complete faith and trust in Almighty Allah in the Constitution, and asked the government to abandon, quote, suicidal concept of pluralism and to protect what they said were Muslims' faith and practices. The group also opposed the inclusions of terms such as gender identity, gender diversity, gender equality, gender discrimination, third gender, and other genders. We'll get into those terms here in a second. But first...
Okay, that is hilarious. Because Islam teaches that there is a... Muhammad acknowledged that there was a third group. Go ahead.
Hold on, don't... I need to explain what that is for the audience, but yeah. I first wanted to get comments on, we need to restore complete faith and trust in Almighty Allah. Since when does the law of the government determine whether or not you're placing your trust in your deity?
Since Islam is both authority in political as well as a religious aspect, then yes, if your government isn't following the Sunnah of Muhammad and all of Sharia law, then yes, obviously they don't have faith in Allah and they aren't taking over the world right now.
That's a good point. You could put it differently, I guess, and say that, Islam, as Muslims proudly tell us, is a complete system of living. If we're not being subject to Sharia law for all the time in every possible way, then we're not properly following Islam.
I mean, the idea of calling it Sharia law is a little bit of a like Nile River. You're redundant. It's a bit redundant. Sharia means the way, path, the system. You cannot be a Muslim without following Sharia. Sharia is the way of being a Muslim. It is the path of Islam. It is how to be a Muslim. There's no such thing as Islam apart from Sharia. Sharia is the description of the Islamic way, and the Islamic way does require that your political system be Islamic.
Mm-hmm. That is true. All right. So then we got gender identity, gender diversity, gender equality. I'm not really sure what gender diversity is supposed to mean, but nonetheless, gender discrimination. They're against talking about gender discrimination and ending gender discrimination. Third gender and other gender. So this third gender thing is something that many of the audience probably will not understand. They won't know what that term means. But in Eastern thought, there's a concept of a third gender, which is not something, if you live in the United States or Europe, that you probably have any conception of. It's not the same thing as transgender or something like that. It's a cultural gender identity where you don't identify as male or female, but you identify as something completely different. The Indian Supreme Court, like 10 or 15 years ago, recognized the existence of this third gender and so forth. But apparently there's something in Islam that
No. In India, it was the Muslims who recognized this. This is a Muslim thing. This is an Islamic thing. The dancing boys, the bachabazi, are this. So it is a social identity that males almost exclusively adopt. It is extraordinarily rare that there's any female who has a socially male role, but it's a role that genetic males adopt. Were often in the time of Muhammad, a portion of them were castrated males or had developmental disabilities that mean that they did not fully develop as male to get beards and so on, that they had something wrong with a genetic disorder of some sort that caused them to be sterile and not develop fully. They'll have at least some male equipment, they'll have a penis, but their testicles don't fully develop, they don't get beards, all of these things don't happen, or they were castrated and forced into this, or sometimes they are fully male but were taken as young boys and were groomed and sexually used by other men such that they adopted this identity over time, and they would make money by being entertainers and prostitutes. Basically, they were male prostitutes and entertainers. And then when they get old, they would often own like little food shops and then have younger men that they would have purchased typically as slaves, and then sometimes castrated them, sometimes just conditioned them into following the same way. This group exists in almost every Islamic community. It was in Muhammad said that the children of jinn, whenever jinn hops on a man's penis and rides a penis and makes a half jinn baby, resulted in these, according to Muhammad. And there is a story of one of these men coming in and being allowed into the houses, and eventually Muhammad decided that they should be ejected from all the houses. But they show up wherever Islam is. They were introduced into Afghanistan. The dancing boys were introduced into Afghanistan with Islam. They were introduced into India with Islam. They exist in Indonesia because of Islam. Typically, where Islam is, you have this class of individuals who make their living through dancing, entertainment, and prostitution. And it's Islamic, and it's hilarious that they're like, we do not recognize this. This is not Islamic, when almost every Muslim society creates, and the group that was recognized by India, they get these boys by kidnapping them and very often castrating them forcibly and addicting them to drugs, luring them away from home. This is a horrific thing. But because they've interfaced with the caste system and claimed an identity as a caste, they have these clans where an older one is in charge of these troops of people who kidnap boys and castrate them and addict them to drugs and prostitute them out. Like, India has recognized them, and it's a horror. It's an absolute horror. But the idea that this isn't Islamic is hilarious, because it is completely an Islamic institution, in the same way that honor killings are part of Islamic institution, or an Islamic institution. It goes where Islam does because it is part of the fabric of this society. And it is horrible. It's awful. These are not wonderful things. These are not, oh, they recognize people with differences. No, it's terrible.
All right.
To be honest, only stuff what I give to these people. Sorry for my French, but it's like 9mm something. With all due respect, people who are doing this to the children, God forgive me, but they deserve just 9mm into the head. You know, no jail, no, because this is six sons of the devil.
It is completely sick, and it was part of pagan Arabia and became institutionalized in Islamic society, and just like the caravan wives, goes with them where they go.
Yeah, it's ingrained.
So people, I will leave now. I will go to sleep. It's like
all righty. Thank you for joining us
God
today.
Bless you all.
God bless.
God bless you all, people. See you another time. God bless you.
Rest well.
Thank you for joining. Nice to see you.
So we so that covers the third gender there. I just want people to understand that this isn't a cultural concept that they would be aware of. I was unaware that it was supported by Islam, but I was aware that it was a concept that isn't something that Westerners are familiar with. What are your thoughts on these other things here, like gender identity, gender diversity, gender equality, gender discrimination?
Well, the idea of gender as something other than actual sex, male, female, is ridiculous anyway. And any time that this comes in, it usually comes in because of incredibly repressive and oppressive systems that, like, when you have, yeah, it's typical of incredibly oppressive systems that require extreme conformity to one specific way of living, and only when there's these circumstances, then you have people who absolutely cannot conform, and then either they end up being killed, cast out, or they carve out another very specific, narrow, structured thing for those folks to exist in. So I think gender identity is nonsense. Gender equality, well, gender again, the concept of gender being something other than biological sex. Biological sex exists, it should be identified. Disorders of sexual development is a disorder. It is a disorder. It is not like, oh, I exist in this continuum of whatever. No, you have a disorder. There is not a spectrum of fingers that you have on your hands. Even though some people are born with 6 fingers, some people are born with only 2 sets of fingers and then 1 thumb, so they have 3 digits total. That is a disorder of development. You can have disorders of sexual development where some or all of your sexual organs do not fully develop. That is a disorder. This is not a spectrum. You don't have a spectrum of the number of fingers. You have 10 fingers, or you have a disorder or disability that causes you not to have 10 fingers. You are male, you are female, or you have a disorder or disability that causes you to not have all the things that females have or have all the things that males have. But in very, 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 very few cases are you not clearly either male or female, at least by puberty. And so even then, again, it's because of things going wrong. You cannot find fertile people who are gender spectrum. No, something went wrong and their parts don't work. They didn't develop correctly. That doesn't make you less human, but yeah, this whole, oh, there's a spectrum of gender. No, that's nonsense. We have 2 sexes in humans, male, female, it's biological, the end. As far as equality goes, equality in personhood. Yes, and equality in personhood and all those things that would refer to personhood. That does not mean necessarily that the law should be the same if a man attacks a woman or a woman attacks a man if they're both doing it barehanded. And, if there are differences of physical ability, maybe there should be a difference. Maybe just like there should be a difference if someone attacks a disabled person than an able-bodied person, because there are physiological differences between the sexes. It exists and should be recognized by law. So if you're talking about equality of personhood and everything that refers to that, like managing your own property, that should be recognized. If you're talking about things that ignore the fact that there are sexual differences, that we are sexually dimorphic, and also that we have unique vulnerabilities and unique responsibilities, that's also like, I don't think that you should have same paternity leave that you have maternity leave. I don't think you should. I think that there should be more maternity leave. My boobs can feed babies. Men's boobs cannot. I deserve more maternity leave than men do, and that ought to be recognized. And it's ridiculous that it's not. It's absurd, obscene, ridiculous. It is not recognized that children need to have their mother's milk. Okay? So, yes, I think that there should be, some things are under equality and some things are under,
well, I mean, equality doesn't
justice.
Yeah,
right?
equality doesn't necessarily mean same, right? Equality means fair.
Right. So if in terms of fairness, it should be fair in personhood, but recognize your distinct responsibilities and vulnerabilities.
Because in Christianity, men and women have equality, but that doesn't mean they are identical in every way.
Right.
So I would argue that the equal treatment, and I agree with you, Mary, by the way, I would argue that the equal treatment, the treatment that gives actual equality, is for women to get more time for maternity leave, because they need to feed and bond with their newborn infant more so than the husband needs to do so. I think it's wise to give men some time off to bond with their newborn children as well. But it's perfectly equal and fair for women to have more time off, because there is more need for that.
As a father of 4 kids, I would agree. Yep.
I mean, my husband did not get up once in the night with our babies because he was not equipped for the job. It's that simple. He was not equipped for the job.
Didn't have the right parts.
No, he didn't. And it's just like, you don't ask your husband to get out. I'm like, what would he do? Wake up, walk over, get the baby, hand the baby to me? Oh, goody, now we both got up.
This is true. Although I will say that did happen times. Then I got up and handed Crystal the baby. So she didn't have to get out of bed.
Through it. All 4 of my kids. I sleep right through it.
my husband does not do well on little sleep, and so it would just be really hard on him for very little benefit.
Yeah, I think we're all in agreement there. As far as like transgender issues and whatnot, I have a liberal view that I don't really care what an adult does. They can do whatever they want, as long as they're not trying to indoctrinate children into saying that this is normal and proper and, hey, you should probably decide what gender you are. I don't really care what an adult does.
Well, I strongly disagree, just so you know.
That's fine, right? But I'm just pointing out that we don't necessarily agree on that point.
Yep.
And regardless, is not the purpose of today's chat. But we did have comments that are sort of on topic from Jack here. He says, Christianity oppresses women too. The patriarchy is the problem. Religion helps the patriarchy. That's a nonsensical. Hold on. That's a nonsensical statement, Jack. You can't just say all religion and put anything meaningful after that. That already tells me that you're not serious. That already tells me that you're not thinking through things. additionally, I'll say that regardless of what Christianity does or doesn't do, and we will discuss it in a second here, but regardless of what Christianity does or doesn't do, that has nothing to do with the subject of this video, which is Muslims organizing a large protest because Bangladesh wants to give women rights.
Monogamy is uniquely beneficial for women. Women benefit from monogamy. The worst thing that has happened to women's sanity is the idea of promoting premarital sex and sex outside of marriage, period. Is the worst thing that's ever happened for women's sanity. It's why so many modern women are nuts now, because the number of sexual partners that women have in a lifetime directly relates to the amount of, or the rates of mental anguish, mental disorders, suicide rates among women, diagnosis of all sorts of things, because it interferes with your barrier of self more than it does for men. It's true, more than it does for men. The identity of who you are as a person, when you have intercourse, that gets interfered with. And women are made for pair bonding. Men become more antisocial and act out more and hurt others more when they are more promiscuous. So a man who is promiscuous is more likely to hurt other people. Women tend to internalize it and tend to have more mental disturbances, mental disorders, everything else with the number of partners that they have. That doesn't mean that people are irredeemable, but it does mean that it does damage. It does damage to society and to the individual. More the individual woman, and society much more men. Men are much more awful and violent in society whenever they are promiscuous. It is a fact. But the beneficiary, because, you know, if you're a predator, right, you don't think of yourself necessarily, nor should you be thought of necessarily as a victim. So the beneficiary, as in not being victimized overwhelmingly, is women in monogamy. Powerful men don't want monogamy. They don't want monogamy. They want to be able to change out their wives like they do socks if they want wives at all. That is to their benefit, and they can have a big harem and everything else. That's what the pattern was throughout most of history, that powerful men could have as many as they want. So the idea that the patriarchy, which would be powerful men, would institute monogamy as the absolute rule without being able to have easy divorce, not a thing. That's not possible. That's ridiculous.
I will agree with Jack Ray here that monogamy is beneficial to men as well. And I don't think Mary was arguing against that. She was just suggesting that women benefit more.
Well, it's inground within Christianity from Genesis itself onwards. In fact, the only way you can try to pull it out and remove it from Christianity is if you start seriously twisting verses. I mean, if you look at any time that one man has had multiple wives, it's always ended bad for the man and for the wives. It's always ended bad. It's never been a good situation whenever one man has had multiple wives.
What I meant by beneficial was not beneficial to oneself. It is very beneficial to a man to not be a horrible predator, right? But rather starting with the presumption, right, that this is something thought up of by evil strong men, right?
Powerful men.
That would be absolutely ridiculous, right?
So patriarchy wouldn't just be men; it would be men in power. Men in power. Nor would, if men are making all the rules, they also don't choose monogamy without choosing getting rid of your wife easily. They'll sometimes choose monogamy with easy divorce, but they do not choose monogamy without free access to at least slaves or easy divorce or both.
Well, I mean, look at how many cult leaders have always had multiple wives once they got into power, and no one could dare question their authority and their rule. I mean,
that's patriarchy there.
Yeah. You got Joseph
That's what
Smith,
patriarchy does.
You've got Muhammad. You got Genghis Khan, who also did it. Not so much a cult leader, but yeah. He spread his genes quite far.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And one other comment from Just Peachy, he said, women are made for men. And then he said, Mary. So I guess that might be trying to dispute something Mary said. But of course, the biblical teaching is quite clear here that men and women are created for one another. They're created to live in partnership. As a result of the fall, both men and women are cursed, right? Animosity is put between men and women as part of the consequences of the curse of the fall of mankind. However, even if you could make some sort of argument, and I don't think it'd even be justified then, but even if you could make some sort of argument that in the curses, women, blah, 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 guess what? We no longer live under the curses of Genesis, right? We are restored to our created order through our faith in Jesus Christ. And thus, men and women are, in a Christian marriage, called to live in partnership with one another, each with their own role in that two becoming one union to play. I'm not suggesting that men and women are equal in every, or identical, I should say, in every possible way. That would be absurd. That would be contrary to basic facts. But men and women have equal value and they have equal purpose, and they are designed to be together in relationship. And thus, anything that is contrary to that, whether it's polygamy or it is homosexual relationships or whatever, is contrary to what we've been designed for, what we've been designed to experience as men and women in Christian thought. Any movement for women's rights that arose in the West arose in response to understanding the biblical teaching about women and how the societies that were Christianized societies were ignoring the biblical principles to go and do what people had always done, where men were in control because they had bigger muscles and they could force their will upon women. That's not what the Bible teaches. And it's also is what your atheistic survival of the fittest worldview should tell you, right? That's what it should tell you, is men are stronger. There's for a reason. They have the right. They have the, biological programming to spread their seed as much as they can, regardless of what that means for the recipient of the seed.
Yeah, and to be clear, that I was arguing from a purely selfish point of view. If I were arguing from a social point of view, how is society most benefited? In general, society was most benefited when men are restrained as a whole. The restraint of men is more beneficial because the unrestraint of men is more damaging on average. Mm-hmm. Because again, men become predatory and act outside of themselves and hurt others rather than self-harm, essentially. Mm-hmm. Self-harm and harm within the family is much more common with women. Men just prey on everybody whenever they lose their moorings. So in that term, restraint on men is far more beneficial for society as a whole. So yeah, I was just starting from the it's patriarchy angle. I'm like, no, it is not. Every patriarchal society will show you otherwise. And also, it's important to note that people just lie about what women's rights used to be all the time. Women couldn't have bank accounts. Yes, they could. Women couldn't own property. Yes, they could in the West. Absolutely, they could. Women had certain legal disabilities starting in the late 1800s for a particular period of time because of certain things, but they weren't all that great, and because of the way the family functioned, typically they did not have functional legal disabilities. It was not, most of the laws were there very much because of the shape of the family, who was consumptive, who was productive, and how husband and wife worked together as a team. So a lot of stuff is just not
Right.
Not
So
accurate, not
what
correct.
you're trying to say, in short, is that the laws were designed based on the assumption that people were in, what we now call traditional families. And so it wasn't about oppressing women or restricting women. It was about protecting the family unit, and how the laws made most sense for that purpose.
Yeah, and also just keep in mind that there were no disabilities whatsoever for single women or widows. There weren't. It's just that if a woman took out a loan, if a wife took out a loan, then the husband would have to go to jail, debtor's prison, would have to go to debtor's prison. So you couldn't take out legally enforceable debts if you were married, so that you couldn't send your husband to prison. He could take out debts, but you couldn't take out, like somebody could give you money and you could sign a loan and then you could just keep the money because it wasn't enforceable. But you could not enforce loans to women who are not conducting business as a single woman. So if you had and then you set up a legal entity where you had your own business that was apart from the family business. If the family business failed, mom couldn't be sent to jail, only dad could. Mom was not on the hook in the same way because she was not considered to be the one making the final business decisions unless she was doing business as a woman doing business alone and had her own business, which was not terribly common. I mean, it happened. That's why there was a category, but it was not terribly common. If she was a sole proprietor and completely unmarried, then yeah, she'd go to prison like anybody else. But the system worked in that way because of the family business structure and the way things were, who was in charge of what and that kind of thing. Signing, you don't go to prison for credit card debt anymore. So, but sending your husband to prison is not
a
very
thing
cool
for anyone, right? Not a thing for anyone.
No, it's not a thing for anyone. But sending your husband to prison is not cool for something that he didn't even know about. Yeah.
So Mrs. Friendly Ex-Muslim says, hey guys, so in Christianity, there's no such thing as polygamy. So I want to give Eric the chance to answer this because Mary just keeps going on these long answers on everything.
Yeah. So of course, if you're asking in the Bible, is there polygamy in the Bible? Absolutely. If you're asking me if there is, because again, it's a historical book, so it's documenting historical actions that are happening. It's not signing off on all those historical actions happening. There's a lot in here that it condemns, saying that these were evil men doing evil acts. That doesn't mean the Bible signed off on the evil acts. Now, if you're saying that, well, you look back and some of the major people in your main players, they had multiple wives. Again, I'd go back to what I said earlier. In all those situations, every single time they see one man having multiple wives, it always goes bad. It's never a good thing because, again, if we go back to Genesis, at the very beginning, God did not create one man and multiple women. And I know that some polygamists would say, well, it's for population, so you get more out of it. Well, at the very beginning, by argument, if that argument is true, by the very beginning, then there should have been multiple women and one husband. But we don't see that in Genesis. We see one man, one woman, and that's it. And again, it's enforced later on whenever it's talking about marriage. A man will go separate from his family and be joined to his wife. That again implies only one, not multiple times, because he wouldn't be going separate from his parents and going and joining a wife and then I guess taking that wife and going back and separating again. And no, that wouldn't make any sense. So we see that having one wife and one husband is the ideal. Has God always enforced his ideal as far as you have to do this no matter what, and I'm going to strike you dead if you step out of line once? No. That's not how God works in the Bible.
Well, what does Jesus, hang on, but Jesus explicitly said that if a man divorces his wife for any reason other than adultery, and traditionally a lot of fathers saw this as kind of a shorthand for something really horrible that she does that might not necessarily not be adultery, like maybe she hits him or something, right? That could also be it. But if he divorces her for an illegitimate reason and marries someone else, then he commits adultery. So Jesus says that he is committing adultery. That means that why is he committing adultery? Because he is still bound to the woman that he illegitimately divorced for bad reasons. So this means that in polygamy, if you don't divorce a woman, clearly you're committing adultery. Jesus is explicitly teaching monogamy here. He is teaching monogamy is the only legitimate form of marriage. And this is reinforced again by the choosing elders being irreproachable, and they have to be the husband of only one wife, meaning that they cannot have obviously polygamous, but they also cannot have divorced a wife and married someone else. You cannot have a divorced elder. And some of the churches would not even allow churchmen, whenever they allowed marriage, they did not allow remarriage for churchmen, so they couldn't remarry anyone at all once their wife died. So very, very, very strict monogamy in the Eastern Church later on.
Yep, and that goes again back to the concept of one man, one woman, and that is enforced, as well as, yes, even in the New Testament, it does refer to the requirements for a woman to submit to their husband. And many feminists like quoting that part, but they forget to quote the next section, which talks about men, get ready to die for your wives. So yes, women, you do have to submit to your husbands. Husbands, lay down your lives for your wife. You are dead. That altar, you go up to that altar, you are dying to yourself and saying, I'm living for this other person. Does it mean that we do it all the time as husbands? Nah, we screw up a lot.
So what you're saying is we haven't fully lived up to the teaching of the Bible, the teaching of Christ, but the teaching is quite clear. And you both made great points. One thing that I'll add is that when Jesus does make those teachings, he specifically refers to the Genesis narrative, the creation story, in his explanation as to why things are the way they are. So there's not really any room for polygamy in marriage, but the story of the Old Testament is the story of God condescending and coming down to our level, showing us that things that we think are good, right, the things that we think it should be this way, are not actually good. So you do see the patriarchs of the foundation of Christianity, i.e. the Jewish patriarchs, often do have multiple wives, but it never is a positive. And of course, we don't think that Ishmael actually led to Islam, but the Abraham taking a second woman to father his heir, and Ishmael coming into the picture, even in the biblical narrative, does cause division and problems and all kinds of issues, right? We don't, of course, think that Muhammad's actually descended from Ishmael, but in the biblical narrative, the descendants of Ishmael are the enemies of the descendants of Isaac. So there's this division created because why? Because Abraham did something wrong and didn't have faith that Sarah would be able to have a child, so he took an additional woman to father the child. And that's how it's in all the stories, right? The kingdom that's established, again, because of condescending, God saying, you want a king, fine, have a king, right? He set Israel up not to have a king, but they insisted they needed a king. So he set up the monarchy. Well, the monarchy splits. Why? Because of the many foreign wives that Solomon takes, right? Yeah. So he takes all these women. What is the consequence of that? The nation is divided. The kingdom is destroyed and never to be restored in the biblical history. Of course, the proper king all along was God. Jesus has assumed that role through Messiah. So the kingdom is united now, but and politically speaking, never united again. Sound like you wanted to add something, Mary?
I'm good.
No, I guess not. I heard you unmute yourself a couple of times, like you were about to speak up, but I guess I covered everything in the end, even though she was about to jump in.
Am I here?
Yep.
Am I here?
Yep.
Am I
Yes,
here?
we're here.
Okay. So, I also want to cover examples of evil men who quickly took multiple wives or took multiple wives without any kind of friction, shall we say. Lamech in the entire Bible. And then you have Esau, who very quickly took 2 wives, compared to Jacob, who only ever wanted the one wife and then was tricked into the other wife that he didn't want, and that caused all kinds of misery there. You also have Hannah, who had to have a child, and so her husband married another woman to be able to have children, and she was miserable. And he's like, well, don't you care about my loving you more? And she's like, but I still don't have a child. And she does, it's misery. It's misery. Very, very commonly, this is shown as a very negative and miserable thing.
Mm-hmm. So we do have Omar in the chat who says that women have rights in Islam. Go to an Islamic country and you'll see. No, we never said that women have no rights. That they are just equivalent to a rock, and you can just kick it around and throw it and whatever, right? What we do say, however, is that the very limited rights that women have in Islam are oppressive to women based on their biological sex, on their lack of Y chromosome, and nothing legitimate. That is what we actually say. But if you disagree and you want to say that Islam treats women fairly and equally, or whatever exactly you want to argue for, the link is pinned. Click the link and come talk to us. It's not that complicated.
Yeah, so the overall view of marriage in Islam is proprietorship and dominion and ownership. The view of marriage in Christianity is companionate to begin with. A corresponding help. The only other time that help is ever used in the positive sense, as in it exists, is of God. So a man without woman is helpless in the same way that man without God is helpless. Like the idea of being lost and without any hope. And so the woman has that kind of role in the companionate marriage that is shown there, one of communion. And our communion within our family is a picture of the communion within God and between Christ and his creation. So as Christ redeems creation through his absolute love for humanity and his sacrifice and all of that, so a man is supposed to uplift his wife and make her into a better person, a stronger person, more wonderful person. And if you have a good marriage and you see how your spouse makes you into someone better, that is the model of Christian marriage that was built into creation itself, the relationship within the creator and between creator and creation. And you cannot have that in a faith that does not have community in God.
Tatiana said, scripture says he had concubines. I'm not sure if you mean Solomon or someone else. It's not clear. Well, I mean, Solomon had many concubines, but he also had many wives.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yep.
if you're
Many,
talking
many
about
wives.
Solomon, I wasn't mistaken. And if you're talking about Abraham, I never said that he took multiple wives. Listen to my words carefully. But in any case, scripture shows that the first wife was preeminent one in God's sight. Sarah, Leah, Michal, who David took back from her second husband. The first wife is the only legitimate one in God's sight, really. Again, though, for a period of time, God condescends and shows us through example rather than through fiat that certain things don't work, right? Certain things are not the way he has designed things to be. And he brings us along carefully, slowly, over a period of time. The story of the entire Bible is the story of God preparing his chosen people for the coming of the Messiah. Right from Genesis 1 onward, it's all pointing towards a moment when Jesus arrives on the scene. Okay, so it wasn't to me. All right. Fair enough. I just assumed it was, but it wasn't.
I can't read anything, guys. I'm driving.
Yeah. So no worries. No, it was probably to someone in the chat. So he was probably someone else that someone else was talking about. So it wasn't relevant to what I was saying. But I do agree, right? I do agree that the first wife, it has the importance, because the way God has designed things to be is for one man to be with one woman. And Morkay says the same thing Mary said, but in case it wasn't clear, the requirements for one to be a leader in the church is to be the husband of one wife. A one-woman man, as a literal translation would say. And Mary said that, the church has interpreted this in different ways, sometimes saying that even if his wife dies, and thus he's legally free to remarry, that because of the higher standard put upon someone who would be a leader or a preacher, and that even in that case, he can't remarry.
Well, I'd say in that regard, it's only referring to an elder of the church. It's not referring to necessarily a preacher, even then.
Well, in that one, the presbyter, all preachers would be presbyters, and even deacons, because they might become presbyters, ministers, servants, deacons might become presbyters, elder, priests, preacher. That was the way the Eastern Church enforced it after a while.
Oh, well, if you're applying it to what they enforced it afterwards, well.
Yeah. And that was a development, but that was a development of we need to hold the ministers to such a high standard that priests should not be allowed. Clergy should not be allowed to remarry.
I was trying to say that it clearly forbids polygamy. The other things are interpretations, but
divorce. Everyone agreed from the beginning about divorce that a divorced man could not be. They said that very simply, that if they had divorced illegitimately for a bad reason, that they absolutely could not be an elder or a deacon. That's what the early church view.
Yeah,
but I'm not saying whether or not you should have that view now, but I'm just saying that was the early church's view.
Yeah. You're just talking about history here, and I don't want to get into the whole teachings of divorce and whatnot, because that's a very complex issue. At least
it is very complex.
Speaking, it is not clear cut,
and historically speaking, it's complex.
Yeah, very nuanced. But to answer the question that was actually asked, is polygamy allowed in Christianity? No. That one's very easy to answer. So welcome Weird Stuff to the chat.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, good to hear your voice. I, of course, have seen you in the chat many times, but good to hear your voice today.
You know me from other times that we had same panel. Thaddeus, you, me, and other people as well.
Yeah, the voice does
with
sound
another
familiar.
name.
Yep, the voice does sound familiar. Absolutely. Anyway, welcome to the stream today. What is your opinion on Islam's teachings about women?
Well, how can I start? Chapter 4, verse 34, chapter 4, verse 24, chapter 2, verse 223, chapter 33, verse 49, and chapter 65, verse 4. These are perfect for women. I believe it promotes the best qualities that women can have in Islam. That is, to be a tilth, a slave, a woman that anybody can rape. Even if you are a child and you are on a different sex, then you don't have any future, but whatever. And of course, you can divorce after you have sex with that person. I don't know how to say it. If anybody believes that this is good for them, what I think is that they have mental problems.
I will have to agree with that. Right? There doesn't seem to be any elevation of women's rights. It doesn't seem that Muhammad, or I guess Allah, since it's the Quran and not the words of Muhammad, but it doesn't seem that Allah is the original feminist, as some Muslim apologists will tell us. And Muhammad came to bring women's rights to the world. And I think that these are actually a step down from the rights they had in the existing pagan society of Arabia. Is that not correct?
Yes,
Mary?
of course. Don't you know that at that time in Arabia they were killing women, but Muhammad, with all the provision that he had, he said, "Don't kill them, enslave them, and have them as your sex slaves." Why to kill them?
Yeah, that definitely.
You can use them.
I see a point. That is definitely an elevation. Definitely an elevation there. I mean, who would want to
keep them alive? At least you keep them alive.
Yeah, and not only that, you get to be a slave of a Muslim man. I mean, that's like the Muslim men are the best of all creatures. So to be a slave, it's like you're kind of good by proxy, right?
Thaddeus, I have to remind you, chapter 33, verse 50 and 51 of the Quran, which gives all Muslims the right to be married with Muhammad. Well, of course, it takes the right back because Muhammad will be the one that chooses, because he is the messenger of Allah. Sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. I hope you understand. Very good.
Yeah. Hard to disagree. I mean, it's pretty clear that this is total equality.
Yeah, and that's what they say, is that we got this from Muhammad. Even the whole not killing the infants and so on. But the funny thing is, of course, the Islamic historians, the early historians, reported that the Hums had previously forbidden killing girls. So that means that the pagans and Mecca had already stopped killing infant girls, and one of Muhammad's enemies had like 6 daughters and only 3 sons. Didn't kill any of those daughters. And then additionally, they had also stopped slave raiding at all. So they didn't capture any girl slaves. They had to buy their female slaves. They couldn't capture them the way everyone else did. But Muhammad's like, no, we need to take that back. We need to go back on the whole slave raiding thing, because how would we get as many girls as we want? So made no change in one. So couldn't kill girls before, can't kill girls after. And then the change that he made was a negative. Yay.
And by the way, don't forget also that Muslim men can marry any women they want, regardless of their religion. But Muslim women cannot marry any other religion, men, except
Hey guys,
in
sorry
Islam.
for a second. I'm going to need to duck out for a bit. So
Okay.
hopefully I'll be able to join you guys later.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Continue.
So that's not discrimination. It's to propagate the Islamic religion, right? Is that right? Yeah. So that's also something that elevates women. It doesn't let them to mingle with other religions. That's good. That's good. Keep them in the house. Why to put them anywhere else? What happened? Did you? I lost me.
Oh, it looks like when your brother in Christ dropped off, it got messed up. I'll fix that. No worries. Just continue on. People can still hear you.
Okay. Well, what else to say? Muhammad was a very good advocator of women's rights. When a person in his community killed a woman, an elderly woman, he said, okay, because that woman just said something bad about Muhammad. He didn't matter. When his child bride said that, you see, these women are green because they were beaten by their men, he was saying, well, that's because you don't let them to see their children.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe that's a good thing for the society, and we should become all Muslims right now.
Yeah, I mean, that must be the best thing because it's what Allah prescribes. And we haven't had any Muslims come up and disagree otherwise. I mean, we did have 2 Muslims come up, but both of them just wanted to take their pants down. Neither one wanted to actually talk to us. So we're just going to have to take your word for it that is the best that a woman could possibly want in her life. And since I'm not a woman, I can't dispute that. Well, Mary is a woman, and actually Morgan here is female as well. So I don't know. Maybe there'll be some dispute. Maybe there won't. What do you think, Mary? Is that like the best thing a woman could ever want for? Is the teachings of Allah?
Well, one would think that, if he's the best, but whenever you look at things, the founder himself did not want that for his daughters, so and forbade that as long as his daughters were alive because he knew it would make them miserable. So apparently misery is what everybody but his daughters while he was alive should have if you're a woman.
I see. Good to know.
And yes, I'm in public at the moment, so I don't look completely crazy.
All right, let's continue on with a super chat.
Dawah means part-time stripper.
From Jack Ray there, and I think that's a reasonable definition of dawah because Muhammad Hijab is, of course, the top dog of dawah. He is #1 dawah man in the world, and he's a part-time stripper. So I think that is what dawah is all about. Thank you very much, Jack Ray, for that donation and using our ape apologist to get it out there. With all that, let's get back to this article and finish this up here. And we are almost done. And we haven't had a Muslim join us to dispute with us this whole time for some reason. We have had multiple Muslims in the chat. We even had multiple Muslims call in. At least I'm assuming they're Muslims, because who else would want to get this stream taken down other than a Muslim? It's argued that, so continuing the article, it's argued that these are used to promote LGBT and transgender inclusion under ambiguous slogans such as, quote, leave no one behind, and, quote, inclusive, and feared that these ideas could lead to a, quote, destructive, anti-religious, pro-homosexual society. So that is the argument being put forward by these Muslim people who say women can't have any rights. If women have any rights, it will lead to an anti-religious, pro-homosexuality society. That's a bit strange. Why does that immediately go there?
That is a bit strange, especially since, again, in the traditional religion, what do you end up with? You end up with the use of boys universally in all of Islamic countries, all of them, without exception. So, like, and the reason why you have that is wherever you have a society in which women are so completely isolated from men, you end up having a society in which men turn to boys instead because they don't see women as another human being. So to have a relationship with a human being, what are you going to do? You're going to exploit teenage boys who happen to not have fathers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Are we talking about Bangladesh?
Yes, Bangladesh.
Don't they have bacha boys there as well?
That's what I was made. Well, bacha boy, they don't call them bacha bazi, but all Islamic countries have this as an institution where it has not been later on exterminated. Yes, isn't that amusing that they pretend that they don't? But that's it. It's a pretense.
when I was in Greece, I knew a couple of people from Bangladesh and some of them from Pakistan. When they were living together in one space, one of them would be the recipient when everybody else would do the act. If you know what I mean, I cannot express it.
Nope.
Yeah,
I got it.
and that was the normal. That is how Islamic society has always worked. Because whenever you have a society that is so focused on sex to begin with, and then in addition to that, you have a society where women are so deprived intellectually, deprived socially. I mean, what would a man and a woman even talk about in a society like that? Nothing. That this becomes the norm. Any group of teenage boys will have one that is the recipient of all the others, always. Always.
So why are they against the homosexual society?
Because you're not supposed to talk. That's not, again, it's about what is a public thing and what is a private thing. They regard that as not counting because it's not acquiring the identity of a homosexual society. You're just using someone for sex, and of course that's what you do. Like, I know that sounds insane. Yes,
So-
and everyone knows about it.
I mean,
Yes,
they
yeah,
all do
I
it.
know. I know. But it's still not considered public. Knowing about it is not the same thing as
Advocating.
officially endorsing it. There's a difference between publicly knowing about knowing about it, talking about it amongst themselves, and the public endorsement. It's that final category where all the offense is. It's that public endorsement. Everything else is not only fine, but practically obligatory. They can hardly imagine being against it. But it's that final thing. Oh my goodness, where is my sandwich? I think I left it in there. I'll be right back.
Who ate Mary's sandwich?
I think I
Who
just
ate
didn't
the
pick it
apple?
up.
Who ate Mary's
You
sandwich?
hate this subject. All of
I ate the sandwich. So option select says I have lived in multiple Arab countries and I didn't see Bakabazi. I think that would probably be an example that at least Mary's suggesting that this has been removed. I think she's being a little bit unfair. I don't think it was necessarily part of like first century Islam. It was certainly part of the Ottoman Empire. So anywhere that Islam was spread by the Ottoman Empire, certainly you're going to see it there. May or may not exist in particular societies, or it may exist and you just didn't see it because it was too underground, too well hidden, right? That's also a possibility. I don't know one way or another. But I have a theory, which is completely compatible with what you were saying. Why this guy is saying that if women get rights in Bangladesh and they are no longer just waiting around for some man to take them as wife and provide for them. Hold on, Mary, let me finish my thought.
Oh, sorry.
What will happen is these women will be like, I don't want to marry these disgusting Islamicist guys. I want to be treated decently. And then they won't be able to get wives. And then they'll have to resort to homosexuality because obviously they can't go 5 minutes without being aroused. So what are they going to do? Well, they're going to have to result in pro-homosexual society because they need to achieve climax. And if there are no women available for them, if women have rights like not being raped, then they're just going to have to get it from men. I think that's what his argument is.
So, it didn't give me any gas. Even better. So the issue, hang on.
Cody says, I ate the whole sandwich.
What happens in these societies? Bachabazi is an entire institution. Not every Islamic society has this as an institution in which there are boys who have handlers who go and do dances. Like this is a specific dancing boy group. They don't all have this. But do they all have a system in which teenage boys are exploited? Yes, they do have that. And all, like something like close to 50% of boys in, like, I think it was Iraq, have admitted to using other boys.
Mm-hmm. Right, because in fairness, Mary, right, the reason that boys, you know, young teenagers attack other boys who are slightly younger than them usually is because girls aren't actually available. Girls are actually protected, and so before puberty, a boy and a girl, they look pretty much the same anyway. Might as well take it from the boy who is available. So I guess this is the great mercy and instance of female rights in Islam, is that girls are protected. They're kept in houses, and thus the boys can only rape other boys, not rape girls. See, Islam is a mercy for females after all.
Alhamdulillah.
And a lot of the boys, they're targeted because they don't have a father or because they're poor, and a lot of times they're flattered, they're offered things, they're given things, so it's a transaction too. And once it happens to you once, socially the boys just resign themselves that is their fate for the next number of years, and usually they escape it whenever they go entirely through puberty and are like 20s, in their by their mid-20s, they usually escape being used in this way, and that's just considered the way it is. So
exactly.
But I'm telling you right now that if you talk to anybody who has done operations and during Desert Storm or in Afghanistan, and they have been in sight of any village after dark, you're supposed to scan the area with your night vision. They see men going out to the animals and to boys. And because, of course, they give the boys things, once a boy's with, and again, socially, the boy it's like, no, this is my life now. He'll go out and meet men at night and meet many men at night. And this is just a thing there. And veterans will tell you, they're like, this is the way all these villages are. There is all of this intercourse happening after dark with animals and boys.
Good Emperor says grooming, in other words. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's not exactly grooming, because usually the first encounter is very much a rape situation where the young boy tries to resist, but he's just not capable of it. But then once it happens once and he's marked as a target, and then he resigns himself to just accepting it. So it's not exactly the same situation as grooming, where it's, voluntary to the extent that a youth can voluntarily consent to something they don't understand. It is actually something that is originally resisted because it is explicitly rape.
Well, sometimes it is just grooming because they're poor, and so they're targeted with money and things and flattery and stuff. So sometimes it is just grooming. A lot of times it's very typically, even if it didn't start out as rape, it ends up as rape before the end.
You got a variety of ways you can get into this, but do make no mistake about it. Young boys are being targeted in this way, which
so in other words, they have a problem with their society to become homosexual, but they don't have a problem to do those stuff, even if it is indoors, inclusive within their society, blah blah blah. How this is, in my view, it's like double standards and depravity.
Okay.
It's a face society. It's a honor shame society.
Yeah, I know, but what's the honor of a person raping a child? Where's the honor in that? I mean, these people, if they
have a good reputation because they flatter each other constantly. I mean, like, that's the kind of that's what honor means. It doesn't mean like that you behave honorably. It means that you have reputation as great man kind of thing.
Yeah, great
Now
man,
that
great
the
guy.
recipient doesn't have honor, the recipient is dishonored. He's shamed. But everybody else, they still have their honor.
I mean, the person who does it, why do they honor that guy? For me, it doesn't make any sense.
He's strong.
I don't know. He's stronger. Everybody is strong over a child. I mean, even if you are weak, you can be strong against a child. It's nothing to prove there.
That is very true.
There's nothing. I have a 2-year-old son. I can do whatever I want with him, you know. He has no power over me.
Mm-hmm.
So even if it's 12-year-old, 13-year-old, you can tie the hands behind its back and rape the child. There is no honor in that. Why do they see it as an honor? I don't understand. That's what I don't understand. Not that how they see it like within their society. Where's the honor? How is that honor honored?
Keep in mind that that Allah Himself is the one who conceals your misdeeds forever.
Yeah, I know that. I know that.
It's not that the act gives you honor. It's just that.
Sorry to say that. It's disgusting. It's not something easily heard. You know what I mean? It's not easy to hear.
It's not that the act gives you honor. It's just that it doesn't take your honor away unless it's public, right? Unless it's something you're bragging about.
Right.
Then
and
it brings shame
yep.
upon you because it's a wrong deed. But as long as it's not something that's publicly known and you're taking credit for it and you're like, oh yeah, I'm a really good at taking all the boys, then it doesn't change your status. It doesn't give you honor. It just doesn't take your existing honor away.
Yeah, and again, public does not mean publicly known. It can be known by everyone. You can even make certain jokes about it in certain contexts. It just means a certain level of flagrant bragging does not occur.
Not to advocate it. That's what you mean. Not to advocate it.
Right.
Like,
not to be Andrew Tate. I mean, like, oh, I'm so
exactly.
great because I pimped all these women.
But they still do it. You can't win with these people, man. You can't win. We like it, we do it, but we hate it as well. You just can't win, you know?
Yeah. Just Peachy says, why can't they control their urges? Because they don't have to. Because Allah has made the religion easy for them. And Allah has prescribed a way to.
Allah to Mecca, you kiss the stone, every sin is forgiven.
Right. Well, so it's hard, right? It's hard to suppress your sexual desire, whether you're man or woman, by the way. This is not just a man thing. It's hard to suppress your sexual desire. And why do something that's hard if Allah has allowed an easier path? And when Allah says that He makes the religion easy, that's exactly what He means. Is He allows you ways to do things which would otherwise be considered sinful, which aren't considered sinful because He's allowed for it, because He's so merciful and made the religion easy for you. This is Islam.
You can do whatever you want.
Right,
you can do whatever you want. Yeah, okay.
All right, just to finish off the article, the Women's Affairs Reform Commission is one of several commissions instituted by the interim government to carry out reform and had recently submitted its recommendations to the government. So again, they're not even voting on this. They're not even voting on this at this point. They're just making suggestions. Why? Because the government wants to reform its image on an international stage. It wants to be more relevant than Bangladesh is now. And what is the Islamic response to that? No, we can't do this. We won't be trusting in Allah if we give women decent rights, and so on and so forth.
You do it wrongly, my friend. You do it wrongly. Why are you doing that to us? Why are you letting these women to have rights? You're hurting our feelings. Don't you understand? Then we will have bisexuals and homosexuals in our community, although they have it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So you says, why are you guys always talking dirty things about Islam? Why?
Why is Islam so dirty?
Because it's hard to talk about Islam without talking about something dirty. I mean, honestly.
We are not talking dirty about Islam. Islam is dirty by itself. We're just exploring how dirty it is.
Yep, exactly. So there was a question here. Oh, yes, from Good Emperor. Women can grape young boys too, so why isn't there a version of bakabazi for women? Because it's not part of the culture.
Women would be slaughtered for being known to have had intercourse with someone else. All of women's sexual misdeeds are hidden. So again, because women cover up, they can run around and make arrangements with just about anyone. Claim that they're going to their auntie's place and meet somewhere else to find someone, but they do that indoors, first of all. But yeah, visitors to Islamic countries who visited before World War II and were able to really talk to people who didn't have an idea that they should be ashamed of what their society does and what it teaches, overwhelmingly report that women are flagrantly unfaithful, and even talk about it amongst each other. They just keep it all secret from the men. They keep it all secret from the husbands. So all the women are running around and helping each other run around. But
so
they do that far more undercover.
Yeah, so what you're saying is they already fulfill their desires. They don't need to take advantage of little boys to fulfill their desires.
No. They can get any men that they want practically. And every man who is being chosen in such a way, thinks he's the only one that his wife certainly isn't one of these who's stepping out. He's just so irresistible that he gets girls or whatever, right? And that's why you have rulings such as gestation being able to last 2 years, 4 years, 8 years, 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
It's to project the idea.
Again, Islam is such a mercy to women.
Right. So they're reassuring men, no, that's your child.
Mm-hmm.
You're Arab, she's Arab. She just had a black baby. That's your child, because sometimes genetics do odd things. And genetic tests, again, are not Sharia. So that kind of evidence is not admissible.
Mm-hmm. Like someone said earlier, forensic evidence. I said, well, it's not permissible under Sharia. So then there was also this comment from Option Select. Guys, this whole boys exploitation things only happen in certain countries. Don't generalize. And I actually said that.
Wait,
as far as I know, this isn't universal.
So which Islamic country does not do it? That's my question.
But because the same person said that he went to Arab countries and he didn't see it. Now some of the countries do it. Okay. Maybe you know all the countries doing it, but you don't know where it is.
Right. And that's the thing.
I would suspect, Mary, I don't know this for a fact, but I would suspect that it's probably not generally practiced in the African nations, other than maybe like Morocco and Egypt and such.
Oh, no. All the northern African nations, absolutely universal.
Like the ones that border the Mediterranean Sea, so Tunisia and so forth. But the other African countries, the ones that aren't on the Mediterranean,
I will check, but I do not believe that. No. The madrasas with all the huge amounts of intercourse with children at madrasas, a lot of those scandals had the West African nations. So it is quite widespread there, at least between adults and children. I will check and see if it's common among teenagers preying on younger teenagers the way it's common along the Mediterranean. But I have not been able to find an Islamic country that I have taken the time to look up. I have not found a place where there is not a system that is institutionalized within that country that allows men access to boys in that way. I have not yet found one. So if you have a country for me to look up and research, I will. Maybe one exists, but I have not yet found one.
So Option Select says, I say it happens only in Afghanistan. Well, you got to at least include Pakistan.
No,
right?
that's
hold on.
bachabazi.
Yeah. So I was gonna say, like, the specific culture of boys dressing up in a certain way and performing dances and such, sure, that's local to a region. But the exploitation, which was your first comment, that is much broader.
Yeah, so if you're talking about dancing, for example, the tea house boys are found more in, or coffee house or snack house boys are found more in Oman, right? They don't have dancing boys. The dancing boys are found in Afghanistan, Pakistan, and India. Those three still have groups of boys that dance.
Mm-hmm.
Other groups have boys in other roles, but they all have this in every country that I've found.
Allah the Exalted gave them the option in Jannah to have any image they want if they pay for it. Sallallahu alayhi wasallam, the Prophet himself said it.
Exactly.
And they will be able to enter the image.
Exactly.
So, like, come to life.
So we'll be wrapping up here shortly. Someone calling themselves Zach just connected, but it didn't connect properly, so I can't add you to the stream. So disconnect, reconnect, give it another try if you're interested in talking to us. Let me take a super chat while we wait for that. This from Misha SWB.
Every single person that donates, inshallah, you're going to get a reward. You know what? Forget donate. Invest. You invest in your hereafter. Forgive me for pranking you guys, but I had to. Yeah, I'm the king of clickbait. Goodbye.
Sorry for pranking you there, but you tried to use the ape and you didn't format it correctly, so it didn't do it automatically, but I had seen this and I did generate it, so let me just play it manually for you. So from Misha SWB, we have the following message.
Been hiding in my hotel muta room because I worship Izera as the son of God. Aisha saw me and is spreading muta lies disgracing Izera's mighty name. Hid behind a goha tree as I hail Izera. Aisha knows.
Nice.
Very nice. Thank you for that donation. So I did have a few people connect here. So
it's going to be, if a bunch of them are connected all at once, they're all going to be porn guys. But
so we have Option Select. Welcome, Option Select.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. I just want to talk about the child exploitation thing quickly.
Sure.
I think one of the issues that, and this is not related to child exploitation, but one of the tactics that Dawa guys use is they will pick up one thing you say, and they gonna weaponize it against you, and they will say, hey, look, this guy is saying this ridiculous thing, so don't believe anything they say. This tactic is used very often by these guys, and that's the reason I'm pushing back on the child exploitation thing, because I lived in 3 Arab countries. I lived in Syria, Saudi, Jordan, and Lebanon, and I didn't see a systematic child exploitation. It happens, but that happens everywhere in any institution that has kids, even in like churches or normal schools. It happens anywhere. But a systematic system like Bachabazi, I haven't seen any, at least in these 3 countries.
So in those, just to be clear, in those 3 countries specifically, you will have the same pattern that you have in Morocco. They do not have like a person who purchases boys and sells them out. What you have instead is that if you have an Arab an Arab large neighborhood in Lebanon, and one of the little boys there does not have a father, he will be sexually targeted by groups of other boys. This is not a universal thing. This doesn't just happen that because you don't have a dad, other boys will try to use you sexually. This is an Islamic thing. This happens in Islamic countries because this is an Islamic mindset thing. That this is what happens to boys who don't have fathers. So just to be clear.
So Mary, I want to be fair. I don't think it's fair to say that it's an Islamic thing, which you didn't, but I just want to clarify that you're saying it's an Islamic mindset thing.
Yeah, it's an Islamic mindset thing.
So it's not part of Islam, right? It's not part of the
Islam does not
of the religion.
Right. Islam does not teach you that
clear.
you should do this. Right. But it is a thing that you will find wherever Islam is.
And it's because of the, the repressed sexual
it's because
right hold
it's the opposite.
Right, they say it's repressed, right? They say that sexuality is repressed, but actually it's actually the opposite, that men are sexually charged, that they think of everything in terms of sex. And of course, they're not speaking of every man, but I'm speaking broadly, that it's much more normal for men to be constantly thinking about things in terms of sex because of the mindset that's been put upon them by the teachings of the religion, but not because of explicit teachings of the religion that allow these things. I just want to be very clear what we're actually arguing, because Option Select makes a very good point there, that people will take things out of context and distort them and act like we're saying something that we aren't. And thus I want to make it very clear what I'm actually saying.
Yes,
completely. And,
Option Select. I would like to remind you something. As a Greek, in our tradition, we have this war that we had with the Ottoman Empire, mainly because although the country was under the Ottoman Empire, some villages didn't like the rule. Like in every country, there are people that don't like the rule, right? Sure. But they would send armies not to stop the revolution, let's say, but to kill the parents, steal the children. The females would go to one harem, the boys would go to another harem. Many of these boys would become personal, how do you say it, like servitors of, how do you call him, the Sultan. So, but that boy, whichever boy it was, he would have to do whatever the Sultan asked him to do. Whatever. When I say whatever, it is whatever. There is no question. Okay? So these things are from within the Ottoman Empire. And because all of these countries were under the influence of the Ottoman Empire, they kept this filthy tradition. They do it differently now, though, but they kept it. You understand now why it's happening?
Well, but sorry for interrupting, but then it's I don't think it's fair to say it's an Islamic thing, because when you say it's an Islamic thing,
it predates the Ottoman Empire. It predates the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire adopted it from the Islamic people that they conquered. This came from the Islamic context. Wherever Islam goes, this comes with it. It is part of the package of societal Islamic mindset. So it is pre-Ottoman. The Ottomans also did it.
I'm going to give Option Select a chance to make their point here, but I really don't want to focus too much on this because it's not really what the subject was anyway. And I'm glad that you joined us, and I'm glad that you give an opportunity to provide that clarification. I agree, it's not Islamic. It would be unfair to say that it's Islamic. What we're saying is that the Islamic mindset, the way that Islamic societies are structured based on the teachings of Islam, allows this to take place, and it becomes normalized within such a society, or at least can become normalized within such a society, and historically has become normalized within Islamic societies. That's my position. Anyway, Option Select, go ahead and make your point.
Well, just like to summarize, because I won't stay for long to keep room for other participants. But it's only fair to call something Islamic if it has if it's mentioned in the Quran or Hadith. But like if it's in the culture, then it's not fair to call it Islamic. Excuse me. And also, guys, just be careful of the generalization. I see like this, like I see a lot of confidence in the way you guys calling these things, and certainly just living in these countries doesn't mean I was aware 100% of what was going everywhere. But like I didn't see again a systematic exploitation, or I didn't see like child exploitation in front of me. It was heavily frowned upon. That's coming from someone who's the father of my grandmother met his wife only in the day of the wedding. So like 3 generations ago, they married, both of them, they were less of 18 years old. And they married and knew each other in the day of the wedding. But like I haven't seen any of that. But anyhow, thanks a lot. I'm gonna listen to you. Like I'm gonna drop off the call and listen to you on the stream.
Okay, so what I would say, just in general.
Yeah, so be brief, Mary, because I really did want to give him the last word.
Yep, very quickly. Just like honor killing goes wherever Islam goes, Islam does not explicitly teach honor killing, but the structure of Islamic law means that honor killing will be an inevitable result. It's the same for this. And I thought that maybe it didn't show up in some places, but every country that I have researched, this goes along with it. Just like honor killing appears in every country because of the way Islamic law is structured, because it was structured around the Arab society that the companions lived in and was structured to promote that society. This happens because of it. So is honor killing taught by Islam? No. Is it a part of Islamic culture? Yes.
So Cargo Crew says it's not in Indonesian Malaysia, or maybe he means Indonesia and Malaysia. Which
it's in Indonesia, or excuse me, it is in Malaysia. I checked.
Okay.
I specifically checked that country.
Samuel said, yep, no worries. So Samuel says, Mary, Islam does not teach honor killing. Correct, it does not teach honor killing. That was the point there.
That was my point.
Right. And I think he was agreeing. It was all caps. I think it was supposed to be a humorous comment there. So Zach was the next to join. I've added you to the stream.
Hello, Vinsota.
Hello.
So you guys are proud?
What do you mean we're proud? What is that supposed to mean?
Are you proud? He's trying to pull up his porn probably right now.
Probably.
I don't understand why you're making that disgusting claim. Like I'm not like your scholar, David Wood, who's talking about pornos.
That's disgusting.
So,
well, we're talking about porn because you guys keep joining and bringing up and
it's
showing
happened
your
twice today already.
Parts.
Someone joined and
who's you
a
guys,
porn image.
Minnesota?
But if Zach isn't going to show a
Minnesota.
porn image, it's no problem. No problem, Zach. Don't worry about it. It was other people.
Okay.
It's not you.
Sure thing.
So what point did you actually want to make? Go ahead.
This means your cult is false.
Okay,
means
so
that
Allah.
false?
22.
Hold on.
Because according to your
you
law,
asked me a
listen,
question.
let
You
me
asked me a
explain.
question. Am I proud? And I said I don't know what that means. What do you mean? And then your
I
response
didn't
is
ask
this
if
means
you
you're
were proud.
proud.
I asked if you were Protestant. I asked if
Oh,
you
you
were
said Protestant. Okay, got cut off.
Protestant.
So I consider myself
guys are
to
using,
be
like, a-
Christian only. I don't identify with a particular sect.
Okay.
To answer your question.
Alrighty then.
That's it?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we think we can.
Okay. Is Islam false because it treats women badly?
No, Islam is false because it was invented by a cave demon, but it also treats women badly.
Oh, you mean cave demon like in...
Like the demon in cave that pressed Muhammad.
So let me ask you. Let me
His
just
feet?
preempt your.
Yeah, you
Let
talking
me
about
just.
that one?
You actually cut out. So
He
all I
has
heard was
connection problems.
But let me just make it clear, okay? So we don't say that Islam is false because, at least I personally wouldn't say Islam is false because of moral teachings such as the way women are treated. We have independent logical reasons to believe
Your
that
time
Islam
with
is
this.
false.
Like, are you trying to
However,
convert someone with this?
However, the assertion that is today is that Islam does not treat women fairly, that Islam treats women poorly. Do you agree or
Does
disagree with
Christianity
that?
do that?
I would say that Christianity treats women fairly, but regardless of what Christianity does, that's not
Really?
what the question that we're debating
So
is.
when John Calvin said to slap your wife's ears and give her a box on the ears, that was still right?
Oh my
Would you like that?
goodness.
Would you like to?
So
Let me
again,
answer that to you.
Christianity
Guys,
is not John
guys,
Calvin.
one
Hey,
minute, 1 minute.
Would you also
Thaddeus,
like?
Mary,
would you also like to see
let me handle it.
Deuteronomy
Okay,
1?
John Calvin is not Christianity. I don't know if he said
Yep.
that or not. I'm not an expert on John
Okay.
Calvin. But we go based on the teachings of the Bible. And again, even if Christianity treats women
So 1
poorly, that has
Timothy.
no
Let's go
bearing
there.
on the question at hand. The question at hand is, does Islam treat women poorly? It is a logical possibility that both Christianity and Islam treat women poorly.
Okay.
So my question to you is, do you think that Islam treats women well?
I mean, to be honest, I don't really care, but I see that you're hypocrites because I know in your Bible and in your scholarship and in your church, it is completely the opposite. Women are treated like dog shit. So I find
All
it
right.
funny. That,
So you don't care. You don't care what Islam teaches, but you think that Christianity is false.
No, I do care. I do care about what Islam teaches. I just don't care if this is even like a. I just
It's
find
not.
it interesting.
So
that Christianity
Islam.
is
Okay,
arguing here.
Can I talk for just a second?
Mary,
That's what's so
just let
funny
me
to me.
just let me handle it, Mary. Okay.
Okay.
So what you're saying is that you don't care whether this is a good or moral teaching or not, because the truth of Islam doesn't
Morality
depend
comes
on
from
it.
God. I'm sure we could both agree there, right?
Yes, I agree. If you have
So
good
when
independent,
you're
if you have good
to give up
independent
your daughter,
reasons to believe Islam is true,
she gets
if you have-
raped, like that's okay. You know,
if you have good independent,
that
if you
doesn't
have
make
good,
Yahweh false.
let
right?
me speak. If you have good independent reasons to believe that Islam is true, then you should believe that the teachings of Islam are moral. So all I'm asking you is, do you find these teachings moral? And your answer was, I don't care.
Yes, I find it
Yes,
moral. Yeah.
you find these teachings moral. Do we
Yeah, and I'm
misrepresent
trying to
the
show you in
teachings
your
of
Bible
Islam today?
because you're
Did we
using liberalism.
misrepresent the teachings of Islam today?
Sure. So you're gonna try to run away from your Bible right now. Is that what
Did we misrepresent the teachings of Islam today?
I mean, I'm not. I wasn't here the entire live
Okay,
stream. I
so you
just
don't
saw
know one
your
way
title.
or another. Fair enough. Okay, so you want to discuss the Bible. You want to discuss how the Bible talks about women, and we can do that. We can have that discussion. However, we've been streaming for 3 hours now, and I would actually like to log off. So if you want to discuss that topic, I'm not running. You can say I'm running, whatever. You can go and celebrate that we're in. I would be happy to set up a stream on another day to discuss Christianity's teachings of Islam.
Okay, I'll make it very quick. I promise. I want to ask one simple question, at least, at the very minimum.
Okay.
Because I see a woman here.
Fair.
I see a Christian woman here. She's very loud and proud. Okay. I just want to ask, like.
I can't hear him. Can you?
No, he cut out right after he said, I want to ask.
Okay. Try again, Zach.
So, I want to pull up the verse. Give me a second, please.
Okay, no problem. I'm going to
pull up the Hebrew, please. Pull up the Hebrew now.
Well, he's probably going to ask about a New Testament verse. Well, we don't know which verse he's going to go to, so it might be in
1 Timothy.
Okay, 1 Timothy.
Oh,
chapter
that's
2,
hilarious.
Verse 12.
Yeah.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
So
what does this verse teach?
Here teaching Christians about Islam.
Ah,
and making
good
arguments against
question.
Islam.
And I'm going to let Mary answer
So-
that question because, okay, so this is the
Well,
one
I
verse
couldn't
I
hear
wanted
him.
to go to.
I couldn't hear him. Can you say it again?
I'll repeat it. I'll repeat it, Mary. So according to First
Thanks.
Timothy, he said 2:12. It's a passage. It's not one verse, but according to First Timothy 2, there are restrictions on what a woman is allowed to do. And he says, so why are you here teaching now? That is his question for you, Mary. So why are you here if you're not allowed to teach people?
Because I'm not allowed to be a pastor in a church. Women are allowed to teach and outside. Yeah. So would you like me to give you an example of women teaching in Acts and if you go to Acts, you will find an example of women teaching, and I have to not miss this exit. Give me 1 second.
She's driving.
Okay, I'm good. Okay, so if you go into Acts, you will find a woman called Prisca or Priscilla, and she teaches Apollo more rightly the teachings of truth, because Apollos had insufficient knowledge, and she teaches him. What do you think the author of First Timothy would say about that? Do you think that he would disapprove of that?
So yes, actually. So this is very good that you brought this up. It actually displays how some of Paul's quote unquote Paul's letters are not his, and they were attributed falsely to him, and that's why you have some of these letters in your Bible, and they're basically not even the Word of God. So thank you for proving your religion wrong.
You're saying that if
because you
it
just
was from
displayed a
if it
contradiction
was
and
written by Paul, it would
inconsistency.
be the Word of God. Is that what you're saying? And there is no inconsistency here. This is actually
No, there's
very
not.
easy.
Really? Can we
very
pull up the
easy to
verse then?
understand.
Can we read
What
it?
is the
Because it literally says not at all.
because you just want to read one verse out of context. The
You want to read one
entire
verse, not the
letter
whole
of
thing.
Timothy, the entire letter of First Timothy is instructions from a pastor to another pastor, a youthful pastor who's learning how things work, on the proper organization of church. It has nothing to do with life in general.
Huh.
That's
So
the
can we
entire
pull it
context of
up
First
real quick?
Timothy. First Timothy. Yeah, I can pull it up. No problem.
Sure thing. Thank you.
First Timothy.
So, but we need to start with Timothy chapter 1, which he doesn't want to do.
I don't mind. I don't mind.
He may not know, right? He legitimately may not know what First Timothy is about. Let's be generous here, Mary. Let's not attribute motives. All right. Let me take the Greek off. You don't need the Greek. Paul, an apostle of Christ Jesus, by command of God our Savior and Christ Jesus our hope, to Timothy, my true child in the faith, grace, mercy, and peace from God the Father and Jesus Christ our Lord. As I urged you when you were going to Macedonia, remain at Ephesus so that you may charge certain persons not to teach any different doctrine, nor to devote themselves to myths and endless genealogies, which promote speculations rather than stewardship. Oh,
Thaddeus, you're showing me. You're not showing the screen.
Yes, thank you for interrupting me. I'll fix that.
Sorry for interrupting, but
it got messed
I
up.
thought you'd fix it earlier, but it's
No. I had not looked at the screen, so that was wise of you to tell me that I was reading something which no one could see except for me, but I was reading it accurately. So I don't remember exactly whether it was. Just say verse 5. The aim of our charge is to love that issues from a pure heart and good consciousness and sincere faith. Certain persons, by swearing these things, have wandered away from vain discussion, desiring to be teachers of the law without understanding whether they are saying or things which they are confident
Thaddeus,
making
you're still
confident
showing
assertions.
me, bro. You are still showing me, bro.
No, I'm not.
In full screen.
Not to the
now it's
not to
changed.
the audience.
Now it's
yeah, sorry. I forgot to reshare it with you guys, but the audience was seeing it. Anyway, so we see here from the start of the letter, right, that this is about advice to Timothy. purportedly from Paul, you want to dispute the authorship, whatever, and not important, that what the letter is claiming to be is a letter to Timothy in regards to how to handle people who are false teachers, people who are claiming to be proper ministers, proper preachers, and in fact are not. So we see that right from the start of the letter. Now, if we continue on, and I'm not going to read all of this, but we continue on in chapter 2, right, where we're talking about where the verse is going to be coming up. First of all, then I urge that supplications, prayers, intercessions, and thanksgivings be made for all people, and so on and so forth. For this I was appointed a preacher and apostle. I am telling the truth. I am not lying, a teacher of the Gentiles in faith and truth. I desire then that in every place that men should pray, lifting holy hands without anger or quarreling. Likewise also that women should adorn themselves in respectable apparel, with modesty and self-control, not with braided hair and gold or pearls of costly attire.
So wait, what's happening here? What is happening at this place? Where has this always been
People are
understood
lifting their hands
to be referring
in prayer.
to?
This is the church.
Ooh, huh. So this is the church. This is in a gathering of the church where they're lifting their hands in prayer in a church, or in church is a newer word, but in the gathering of God's people. So, and what is part of the liturgy now because of this passage? Prayers for all men and all of that sort of stuff is the part of every liturgy, because this was understood as being what? Referring to a church gathering.
So I desire then in every place that men should pray, churches as we would call them now, wasn't a term at the time, the term wasn't used yet, lifting holy hands without anger or quarreling. Likewise also that women should adorn themselves in respectful apparel, with modesty and self-control, not with braided hair and golds or pearls or costly attire, but with what is proper for women who profess godliness, with good works. Which is true of men, by the way, as well, that men should adorn themselves with good works, not with fancy clothes or jewelry or whatever. Let a woman learn quietly with all submissiveness. I do not permit a woman to teach or to exercise authority over a man. Rather, she is to remain quiet. So in what context is the woman not to exercise authority over a man? Taking this at face value, and there are other stuff that could be said, it is church.
It is in the gathering of the church. Now, what you find historically, universally understood by the church, and also...
And we lost Mary there.
So you mean to tell me
Am I back? Am I back? I should be back.
Okay, you're back.
So I'm not talking about my brilliant scholars. I'm talking about the entire history of the church has understood this as what it obviously is, that women are not pastors in a church, and instead, but women can teach whom? They can teach pagans literally anything. They can instruct their employees.
They can instruct Christian
and their servants and their children.
The context of the church.
Yeah.
So all it's saying. So you want to focus on teach, but the key phrase here is the exercise authority, which is a very mild translation. It really means usurp authority, seize authority.
Okay, I understand
I'm sorry.
your interpretation.
Thaddeus, I'm sorry. Zach,
yeah.
Our topic today is if Islam oppresses women or not.
Oh, so
I agree.
Our topic is not
I agree.
But we agreed to go here.
I agreed to take this question because we're wrapping up. We're wrapping up for the day. I agreed to take the question.
All right.
This is the one that you said you wanted to talk about. This is how we understand the verses. We understand this as being inspired by God. We understand that it being compatible with others scriptures, and we interpret scriptures in light of one another. And this passage explicitly says it's talking about church, so we don't find a contradiction when women are teaching men, exercising authority over men outside of the church context.
And neither did any historical father. The fathers also did not find this to be, there was a woman who had slaves and she made her slaves Christian. How dare she? No, there were women who defied kings. There were women who converted kings. There were women who did all kinds of things. And that was understood by literally everyone as virtuous.
So, okay. Can you hear me?
Because they understood it.
Okay, so
but Zach's saying, Zach is the person who knows what it means.
Mary, you're cutting out.
Thank you. Thank you for paving way. Thank you for paving way to my argument. Okay, so as you can see in chat, I put the source of Martin Luther even saying women's rule never did any good. The inferior ought
Martin Luther made mistakes. I don't care what Martin Luther said.
So that
I don't follow Martin Luther.
But she just said nobody. And then on top of that, Martin Luther, okay, he's been studying your Bible.
Fathers is Martin.
Okay.
Mary's having some internet issues, but what she's trying to say is that no foundational teacher, the church fathers of the Christian faith, interpreted the verse the way you did. It would be ridiculous to say that no person ever interpreted it that way, and that's not what Mary's saying. She's saying that those who are connected to the early church understood how the early church operated, did not see it in the light that you want to see it in.
Okay, so you know what's funny?
This is the find you. Hey,
okay.
hang on.
You guys are coming at me.
Mary, you're having.
Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you now, Mary, but just let him speak, okay? Let him speak.
Calm down. Okay. This is ridiculous.
No, I need him to answer one very specific question. I need him to answer one specific question. And sorry, I am way in the backwoods and tiny little rooms back here because of major construction. So I know that my connection is terrific. Question is, I want him to find early fathers who condemned women who taught males of the faith, because this is what he is saying is the appropriate understanding. This was his stance, that this is saying that women cannot teach males, especially the faith, because this is the context, right? So who says that women can't teach males the faith?
You want to know who? You want to know who? Yourself, because you just interpreted the chapter as it talking about, they're teaching spirituality.
Let him finish.
No, I didn't.
So what is?
Let him finish,
What is he referring to there? Is he meaning you can't teach secular matters? Is that what he's talking about? You've now interpreted yourself in a hole.
No, I haven't.
No.
You're a pagan.
No. Okay, Mary.
It says you. Says
Mary.
you, lady.
Mary.
Says anyone with any sense.
Mary,
You're
calm
funny.
down.
You're
Mary,
funny.
calm down, please. Let me handle this, okay? So you suggested that, well, I think what you're trying to, so what I actually suggested, not what you say I said, is that this is talking about church leadership. And by the way, I actually don't think it even is very strong condemnation of church leadership, but I'm just granting that for sake of argument, that this is saying that Paul is saying, or the anonymous author, since you say it's not Paul, is saying that women can't hold the religious authority, that they can't assert religious authority from men. You want to focus on teaching, but it's a phrase. It's teaching and authority. It's talking about the role of the pastor, that, as we'd use in a modern term. Elder is the term used at the time. And elder has a specific role, which isn't exactly identical to a pastor, but that all that's aside the point, right? I'm granting that this is very broad and it inhibits women from having any kind of leadership role or any kind of teaching role in a church. Your argument, though,
over mixed sex,
I think, right? I think your argument, though, is that this oppresses women, that this makes me a hypocrite. I'm pretty sure that Islam has the same teaching. That women cannot be leaders of religious services, that they cannot be teachers in a religious context, and so on and so forth. So who exactly is the hypocrite here? If you're telling me that this is oppressive, when your religion teaches the same thing, that women have certain roles in religious authority, that certain
that's not what he's saying.
Authority, well, then what is he saying?
So what he's
Because if he's
saying is
arguing this
that
is all places
I'm
and
being
all
no.
time,
Ah, he's arguing that I am being a hypocrite.
let him. No, he said that I'm a hypocrite. He said I'm a hypocrite. So go ahead, explain yourself if that's not your argument. What is your argument?
Okay, no. I didn't say it's not. I'm just trying to clarify. Okay, the reason why I brought this forth, it's gonna help you guys realize why most things in Islam, it has special things for women, special things for men. Because in your own religion, women are like submissive to the man. Okay, as you could see in your very verses. And on top of that, I did look it up. Okay, she asked for church fathers. Okay, I have John, Christos. Sorry, it bugs out. Sorry, John Chrysostom. And let me paste what he said in chat.
I mean, you could just read it, but if you want to post it in chat, that's fine too. If you post a link, YouTube will block it. So just put the text only.
Will you please bring up his homily on
the live?
No.
Yes,
Would you please bring up his homily on Ephesians?
Okay.
That's the context.
Hold on, Mary. Hold on.
And I'm not even reading
Mary,
it, but I know it.
Hold on. You're that's fine. Let me read what Zach put in the chat first for the benefit of the audience. For with us indeed, the woman is reasonably subjected to the man, since equality of honor causes contention. And not for this cause only, but by reason also for the deceit which happened in the beginning. You see, Eve was not subjected to original condition as she was made. That is the quote. Now, Mary says that this comes from homily on Ephesians.
It's correct. Yeah. Check on his homily on marriage. That should come up. Just say John Chrysostom homily on marriage, and he did not provide what I asked. I asked for an example because he said this condemns women teaching men religious things, and I asked for
which it doesn't
an example, which it doesn't. It doesn't. And I asked for an example of someone doing that, and he did not provide that example. He provided an example of something very different, and I have to not miss his turn.
No.
Relax.
He also said the same thing in the second page that I'm reading, because I'm reading this in the Cantina Bible.
It's the Catena app, sweetie.
Catena.
It's not a Catena.
Thank you for correcting me.
Cantina Bible. It's
Mary,
the app, and I want the entire. I want the entire homily.
Relax, please.
Alrighty, I could pull it up.
Okay,
yes,
I'm back on the interstate. It should be fine now.
But I sent you this, and this is
no.
Don't
send Catena.
Has excluded.
No, it's not
women from the ministry.
Okay, Mary, calm down. Okay, we're gonna take this calmly and reasonably. All right. I know that you know all this stuff already, but the audience doesn't. All right. There's a benefit to going through it. All right. John Chrysostom's homily on marriage, also known as homily 19. So quotes 1 Corinthians 7:1-2 here. Now concerning the things which wherefore ye wrote to me. So this is obviously this is probably the King James translation. Obviously he didn't write in English. It is good for a man not to touch a woman because of fornications. Let each man have his own wife, and let each woman have her own husband. Having corrected 3 heaviest things laid to their charge: 1, the distraction of the church; another, about the fornicator; a third, about the covetous person. He
Sir, can we put a pause real quick?
Go ahead.
I just have something to say. So I'm just a bit confused as to why she wants you to bring up this commentary.
It's where your quote comes from.
We're talking about 1 Timothy.
Because it's where your quote came from. You're the one who appealed to it. It's clearly not a commentary on 1 Timothy.
So that's what it's saying. Yes, it's saying it's from 1 Timothy.
Oh my goodness. He quotes many verses here. Okay.
We'll jump.
Can you start with the love of the husband? First of all, what I asked for was something that he did not provide. He gave his own exegesis of the passage. Hang on. Your exegesis would you stop for a moment? Your exegesis is that women cannot teach men.
And she dropped.
So actually, since Mary has dropped here, I'm going to give you the opportunity to actually make the argument, because it's actually not clear to me what your argument is, right?
Okay.
So my understanding of First Timothy is that women have restricted roles in a church setting, and you quote this verse about how a woman is reasonably subjected to the man, since equality of honor causes contention. So what is your argument with making this quote, which isn't actually, I believe is not actually about the passage in question?
Okay. So let me just put it simple. She's a woman. She's Christian. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
She's trying to convert me to her religion.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm putting this out here, this verse, and I've showed how John interpreted it. It even specifically, explicitly states ministry. Like, it's not even now. It's not even like a debate. I mean, he himself said it. You know, I can try to pull up the source, the exact source. Maybe if there's like a website link, I can send you.
I mean, I know where you're reading it from. I mean, I can pull up what you're reading, but the point.
Okay.
So what Mary was
May I
trying to
interject a little bit, Sadus? Sadus, may I interject a little bit?
Let me finish. Let me just finish this thought.
Okay.
This isn't a writing. This is a quote that the Cantina Bible has pulled out from a longer work and said that this is, what John Chrysostom's saying, but he's saying it in context for a reason. And he may very well be commenting on 1 Timothy 2:12. I don't know one way or another. They are saying he is, but it's part of a broader work, right? It's not just like he wrote these few words and that's all he wrote. So we were trying to look at the context of why he was writing this. That was what Mary was trying to do, although she was too excited to properly explain what was going on.
I'm back on the interstate, so it shouldn't be crazy now. So what I asked for was a church father condemning a female instructing a male in any religious matter whatsoever, and you have not provided that. What you have provided is a vague statement of husbands being subjected to wives being subjected to husbands, which I never had issue with. I have an issue with your exegesis, which is not Chrysostom's exegesis on male-female relations. John Chrysostom's exegesis on male-female relations in his homily on marriage, which does not say that. Oh, what is it messed up again?
It's better.
Is it working?
Sir, can you please show her? Can you show Mary?
So irritating.
On the second
She's driving. She can't read the words on the screen.
Okay, can you show her on the second page what I'm talking about? There's a second page to it.
Second page.
Yeah, go down, I think.
Sure. I don't actually. I'd be happy to do what you want me to do. I just don't actually know what you want me to do, because this is just a quote taken on this verse. I mean, I can click on all commentaries about the verse. I can go to the passage, or I can go to John Chrysostom's writing and see what he wrote in the context, but I don't know what you want me to do. So, I mean, this is the Cantina Bible website, like you said you were reading it from.
It has about
Catena, it means a chain.
About
6 of them are 6 different people.
They're not.
So you clicked on all commentaries? Is that what you did? Did you click on all commentaries? I mean, I'm just trying to. I'm trying to figure out is where you want me to go. That's all.
Yes, sir. So I'm trying to send the link in the chat, but it's not allowing me to for some reason.
It will not allow you to send a link.
If you send it in the you send it in the video ninja chat, you should be able to send a link. So
on the YouTube chat.
Don't put on YouTube. If I put on YouTube, YouTube will block it because they don't like external links. But if you put it in the private chat, I should be able to see the link.
So,
Like the same place that you posted the other text, right? And I do not permit women to teach.
Yeah, so it's okay. Yeah. Could you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. So
we're just waiting.
Yeah, so when I'm on the app, because I'm using my phone.
It might work
it
differently
has
than the
3.
website. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it has 3. So
I bet you it's the all commentaries though. Let's see if there's 3 of them. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, there's 3 quotes by John Chrysostom on here. Okay. Cool.
Okay. So
it
it's
worked
the
differently
second
because
one.
it's the website, but we figured it out. All right. So these are 3 different works at 3 different times. Right. So, but all by the same author. And so we looked at the first one. So you want us to look at the second one here, the one that starts the divine law indeed.
Yes.
Okay. The divine law indeed has excluded women from the ministry, but they endeavored to thrust themselves into it. And since they can effect nothing of themselves, they do all through the agency of others. In this way, they have become invested with so much power that they can appoint or eject priests at their will. That seems to be exactly congruent with what I said the passage is about, which is about church authority. So I'm not quite sure what the dispute is.
So okay. So why do you think then, if women cannot be church leaders, why do you think then they could teach them? That's what I'm confused about too.
Okay.
On what you're
So
proposing.
let me try again. In the church, there are leadership positions that are exclusively for men, which would be the presbyter and bishop, using the formal terms. The elder and the old overseer are male roles within the church. There are also exclusively female roles. Titus 2 has an exclusively female role, which was usually given to deaconesses who were in the church too. There were deaconesses of the church. Deaconesses were recognized in the early councils, and their roles were enumerated. And so were young virgin women were also sometimes inducted into the deaconess group before there was such thing as nuns. That was understood from the beginning.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what does ministry mean? Can you please explain that to me?
That has always been what?
So ministry can be used a couple different ways, but in the context of this quote, it clearly is talking about the church, because it even says they go on to appoint or eject priests at their will, right? He's talking about in the context of the church. People can use ministry more broadly, right? People can say like the music ministry of the church, which means like the people who play instruments, but that's not what it means in context of John Chrysostom's writing.
So this is what's really bugging me. It's the fact that you guys, I mean, according to at least you, I don't know about everybody on this panel, but you admitted to me you're pretty much non-denominational. So, and you're interpreting it as if you're like a Catholic or Orthodox. Like,
I'm not interpreting it anyway.
Why is that?
No. So first of all, no, because the church means the body of believers. It doesn't mean an organization necessarily. And I do, of course, attend a building which has a priest or pastor or minister, right? Different terms to mean the same thing. It has a leader, has a board of elders, and so on and so forth, has a structure of leadership. And coincidentally, it happens to have bishops as well, which are above the local church level. But all I'm saying, there's like some serious technical issues here on exactly where we define the, what role this is referring to. But my point is that there is a role within the church organization that is restricted to men for purposes of demonstrating the authority of the church. It's not because women are stupid or women are incapable or whatever. God has ordained it in this way.
or women have a defective religion. Women are neither defective in religion nor intelligence. Thaddeus, I sent you a link to pick out of. I can't read it, obviously, but I sent you a link.
Yeah, we'll get that in just a second. But my contention about this passage is the same as I mean, I might not agree with every word John Chrysostom says, all right? I'm not required to believe everything he says, but it seems that my general understanding is compatible with his general understanding that this is about restricting roles of women in a formal church setting. It says right here, right? Speak with authority in the church. It's not like a general context that women can't teach in any way, in any place.
Okay, so then, so why does he tell them to be occupants of being one of the learners in the third one underneath that one that you're looking at? Okay. So it says
again, specifically says in the church, but what are you?
You should see what John Chrysostom has to say to young men.
One moment.
Even
give me a second. Give me a second. I will explain to him. In 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th century, women actually did not have any rights that they have right now. That's one. Secondly,
so
women mostly
this is your
were
church father.
gossiping. Listen, Zach. Don't yap. Listen. Women were mostly gossiping around, even if they were in church. So this quote here, says that women shouldn't gossip when they are in church. You either pray, or if you want to gossip, go to your houses and gossip. That's what he says there. That's also
so
what
gossiping
Paul
is teaching.
No, gossiping is not teaching. It's just talking within
I'm just
church.
taking your interpretation.
Read it what it says. Read it. Yeah.
So this is an extremely long quote.
He was speaking of quietness, of propriety, of modesty. So having said that, he wished them not to speak in church, to cut off all occasion of conversation in church. But he says, let them
does
not
not
teach.
make sense.
Yeah, within the church, because
okay,
you
so
go
they can
to the
gossip
church,
outside the church.
you go to the church, you go to the church for one specific reason: prayer, and have communion with God, to communicate with God, not to gossip around.
Okay, so see where it says
Okay,
he says,
yeah, okay.
Let them. Okay,
I gotcha. So I don't think this has anything to do with gossip necessarily. I really would actually like to see the context this is written, rather than just a website saying pulling something out of a longer work. But no matter, right? So I see what you're talking about. I do not suffer, he says. What place has this command here? The fittest. He was speaking of quietness, of propriety, of modesty. So having said he wished them not to speak in the church, to cut off all occasion of conversation, he says, let them not teach, but occupy the station of learners. So you're saying, but occupy the station of learners. In the context of a church, who is the learners? Everyone, right? Everyone is the learners. The one religious authority who is teaching everyone, men and women alike. So he's saying, I don't know why Chrysostom's writing this, but he's saying that Paul has commanded women specifically, but really it applies to everyone other than the role of the pastor. Let's just say pastor, to learn with humility, quietness, not like make a scene, right? I fail to see how this is any different than my understanding of the passage.
I mean, I can see it clear as day. I mean, I'm even seeing like the very bottom line. It shows that the male sex enjoyed the higher honor. Oh, okay.
You said the very bottom line, so I was going to go.
No, I meant on.
Oh, that was
sorry.
Sorry. Okay, sorry.
On the screen.
My bad.
Yes, it said for the sex.
Yeah, I see it. It shows that the male enjoyed the higher honorary. Higher honor.
So what?
So what?
So first of all, I disagree. I disagree with Chrysostom's understanding of this passage.
So we can agree now.
Hang on. No, hang on. No, absolutely not. Chrysostom has never condemned a single woman who taught outside of the church, and I actually don't agree with that because, yeah.
Mary, can you let me finish my thought before you disagree? Because what I was going to
but you're using the word honor in a different sense that Chrysostom is.
This has nothing to do with teaching, right? So Well, I disagree here. He says for Adam, he says was formed then Eve, and Adam was not deceived of the woman. If it is being asked what this has to do with women in the present day, it shows that the male sex enjoyed higher honor. No, it doesn't. Being created first doesn't mean that you have higher honor. I disagree. That's just his interpretation. That's not what Paul's writing. And scholars of this text, secular scholars of this text, don't say that that's what Paul means at all. So I disagree with his interpretation of it, but he's still speaking about the same thing. He's still speaking about women's order in church, and I just disagree with his reasoning as to what Paul's argument is. That's all. I'm not disagreeing with that. You, myself, and Mary, by the way, are all in agreement that women have a certain set of roles in the church that they are not called to play.
Alrighty.
So if you could go to my the link I sent you that has the Chrysostom quote about being a woman being an impediment, that is whether being a woman is an impediment, that is applicable here, because I have read Chrysostom extensively. He's one of my favorite fathers, actually. He's hilarious and very blunt about everyone, which I quite enjoy. Right?
So
what are you talking about? No, he does not have your interpretation ever at any point. Yeah.
I don't think I think you sent me the wrong link. This says female saints equal influence in the early church, and then it's a subscribe website, so I can't actually really read much of it from it.
I'm gonna go now.
You can't do it without subscribing.
Oh, the first it looks like it's in the first paragraph. I can see the first.
Yeah, it's in the first paragraph. You should be able to see that.
All right, no problem. Sorry. I see it now. So it is a common misconception that early Christianity was male-centric and misogynistic, and women were portrayed as originators of sin. 4th century church father John Chrysostom said, being a woman is not an impediment, certainly not in the church. We know women were often mainstay of Christian community after the local bishop had been martyred during persecutions. They exhorted, preached publicly, some before emperors and judges, and were martyrs. Saint Zenas, Saint Pelagia the Repentant, Saint Sarah of Egypt, Saint Hilda here in Britain, all heard the confessions of men, including monastics. Hermione was a holy prophet and the founder of the hostels for travelers with medical treatment included. They are all members of our church family. So the irony here, right, is this author is arguing that women have a high status in a church setting, and the justification is John Chrysostom, which is why I said that to actually understand what he's writing, we need to look at the full context, not just a couple
no, this writer isn't saying within. This writer is saying that they have a high status in the body of the church. This writer isn't saying that they were. They had a role.
I should have specified, because I know what that term means. You know what that term means, but it's very ambiguous.
He doesn't understand what that term means.
Right.
He immediately goes,
sorry,
wait, is this a contradiction?
Within the Christian community, they have an important religious role to play.
And that they were public preachers and were sainted. So how could they be public preachers and were sainted if they are not to teach men? Because they were public preachers in context other than being a bishop, other than being the presbyter. They weren't bishops, they weren't presbyters, but they did preach, and some were martyred for their preaching. This happened, and they were honored for it by those very men that supposedly would have excluded them. You can't say that these men didn't understand what they were saying. That's what you are claiming. These men do not understand what they are saying, that they're contradicting themselves. They're not. It's consistent.
Okay. So you're kind of all over the place. Can you just simplify what you're saying?
So
not all over the place.
Okay.
Mary,
so what I am saying, I will try. What I am saying is that, firstly, we introduced this topic because Islam typically markets itself in the West as being liberating to women and having freed women from what they had previously experienced at the minimum. When this is not true, women in every other society were better off. If you are talking about pagan Arab, Christian, or Jewish societies. They were all better off than they were under Islam, and Umar is quite explicit about this, by the way. However, you want to make this into, and so that's what we were tackling in this one, saying that these claims about women's liberation through Islam, either historically or in the present, are untrue. You want to make this, oh, but you're a hypocrite because Christianity oppresses women. And your proof text for this was this particular text, which you said indicates that women can teach men nothing of religion as the most modest interpretation, that that's the minimum that is meant here. And we said, no, and if you had been here the entire time, you would have known that we talked about how companionate marriage and compatibilism worked in Christianity, but
So
we
I
said,
asked about
So,
the article.
Mary,
you brought up.
he asked for the simpler version. You gave a longer version.
No. It's okay. It's just
that's
you should
okay.
hold up the
That's
article,
specific.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, I
That-
just want to know. Okay, so number
Mhm.
one, you mentioned there was women
Yeah.
preaching. Okay, what
Mhm.
year was this?
AD 150, AD 130, AD
I mean, in Acts, right? So
in Acts, right?
60s, 50s AD.
So
50s, 60s
that's
AD.
why you mentioned the. Okay, so you're thinking I'm just saying contradiction, just blatantly, right?
Even in Chrysostom's time, women were converting people. Saint Nino. Do you know who Saint Nino is? I think Saint Nino was even after that time.
So she was a public preacher.
Yes, she converted an entire country to Christianity.
By preaching.
To
can you go
to whom?
Galatians
To the king.
3:28?
Yes.
Mhm.
She was
Okay.
not a pastor. She was not a presbyter. She was not a bishop. These people are not saying that these women were bishops. That's why they're saints. They were not heretics. They were in their female role. They could be preachers.
All
As
right.
what?
All right.
So
Yeah, so I granted, for the sake of argument, that our understanding of the passage is correct. Again, I think that there's some debate about the exact roles here, but I'm just allowing for a very broad interpretation that women aren't allowed to hold leadership roles of any kind in church. That isn't. I fail to see how this makes me a hypocrite or anything along those lines. I really just don't understand. I mean, I think what you're trying to argue is that this is saying women can't teach in any context about anything, or at least about religious ideas. And that's simply not the case. That's simply not how anyone has understood this passage, basically. And it's not the historical reality of the early church either.
So, okay. The reason why I bring this up, and I do find that interesting that you mentioned that, because you only see men like John of Damascus, you see Thomas Aquinas, people like this. They're doing, they're writing books on Islam, even. Okay,
right?
Why is it that there's no women even trying to propagate these books or anything?
there are, sweetie. Julian of Norwich, Teresa of Avila, Hildegard of Bingham. Just because you don't know them, there aren't nearly as many women monastics as there are men to start with.
Okay, Mary. So let me just answer the question. So in the ancient world, the only people who had enough time and resources to be able to do this kind of writing were the upper class, the 1%, if you like, and probably even less than 1%. And you're going to find a very heavy concentration of men in that social class. And therefore, you're going to find that most of the historical figures are men. And this is inside and outside of the church. It's not something that Christianity brought upon the world. And I would argue that historically, at least in some cases, male leaders in the church sinfully oppressed women's voices against the teachings of the Bible. So I have no, I don't see any hypocrisy here. I'm saying that the Bible teaches one thing. Sometimes people followed it, and the early church had good rules, right? Had what could even be called leadership roles for women in the early church. And then over time, men used their political and social and economic power to suppress women sinfully against the teachings of the Bible. And you'll find teachers from time to time who are quite, to use your initial word, proud of this. But it isn't the teaching of the Bible, and therefore it isn't the teaching of Christianity. It's the teaching of Christian men who are, like everyone else, sinful sinners and capable of deceiving themselves and others.
Well, there's definitely more I could say, but I'm not going to hold you any longer because
All
you
right,
said
yeah,
one thing. But
right.
yeah,
So, yeah, thank you definitely for tuning in. If you'd like to have another conversation with me, and we can leave Mary out of it since she's very excitable about this particular topic. Your choice whether you want Mary to be there or not. But if you want to have a conversation with me, I'd be happy to take all your challenges, and you can email me listed in the video description and set up a time for that under your terms, right? As to who would be there and speaking time and whatnot.
alrighty. Well, I don't know. I'll just drop by whenever you guys are live.
Yep, yeah,
Yeah,
fair enough.
and-
And you're welcome back anytime.
Alrighty. See you.
Yeah, just because they haven't got as much, women in general are typically, being a woman in science myself, there's less interest in it among women. There just is, sorry. But I don't know that there is any example of women being excluded from scholastic discourse in the high Middle Ages when it was going on. Women tended to be more on the mystical side. Like all three women that I mentioned were mystics. They tended to be much more active in that area. It wasn't that they were being stopped from being active in other areas. They just weren't participating in that dialogue and weren't as interested in that dialogue. But Hildegard van Bingham, Hildegard van Bingham's plays are some of the earliest complete plays that we have. So there's that from that phase of European development, basically.
All right, so we are going to wrap up here. Alexander and Samuel are backstage. I'll give them a chance to say something, but we've been streaming for 4 and almost 5 hours. I'm very hungry. I want to eat, so definitely keep your comments short. But before that, I want to address this from Rosa here. Aren't men and women equal in Christ? Absolutely. Men and women are equal in status. We have equal value. And the reason I said that I disagreed with Chrysostom there, at least is what I understood of it. Again, I would like to see the broader context. But I don't think that men were created in a superior status. I think that you can make a reasonable argument that men have a superior status after the fall. But in Christ, we're restored to our created order where men and women are equal. So that is my position there, my understanding of Scripture.
Yeah, the Greek word that's translated as honor has a different connotation than our idea of honor, just to be clear.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It's,
so, like I said,
just,
I'm not an expert on Chrysostom. I'd like to actually see, but the way it sounded, at least, I disagree with the way it sounded.
It's just the Greek word honor just has different, like you'll find it used differently by Paul than how we'd use it too. It sounds really weird in some places.
All right. Anyway, welcome to the stage, Alexander. You've been very patient, so I want to give you a few minutes to say what you wanted to say.
Hey, yeah. I just jumped in for shits and giggles, so not really actually a Muslim, but I mean, since I'm already here, let me try to what's the word? Steelman the position. Not sure this chaos can be Steelman, but I think that one of the points that Zach sort of maybe almost made was that, well, morality comes from God. Yeah, if we part from that premise, yeah, morality comes from God. So whatever Islam says is moral, then it is right. The problem here is that we are judging Islam by Christian morality. So we are in effect pitting two things completely different. against each other. Like if we judged the acts of Christians by Islamic morality, then it would turn out that Christians are immoral. So in essence, I think that the strongest position for Islam would be, okay, well, what is a woman in Islam? Is she sort of like a dog and a donkey? Then it's moral to treat them like dogs and donkeys. But if we instead judge that view of the world by Christian morality, well, no, women are the image of God, and actually, whatever a woman is, God himself said that men should die for them. So I think that's sort of the strongest position. I don't know if I explained myself
Yeah,
right.
no, I would actually agree with
Excellent. Yes. And I would counter that the Islamic God runs into the I can't remember the name, Socrates, one of the dialogues. There is a Socrates dialogue that begins with EUTH, and I'm forgetting how to say it because I can't look it up. But Erythro, whatever. Anyway, that is do the gods love the good because it is good, or like essentially, how can the gods be the source of good since the gods do evil is basically Socrates' version, because of course the pagan gods do evil. Right. And the Islamic, so the Christian conception of God is that God is the goodness. The Islamic conception of good is good consists of following whatever Allah orders, no matter what it is, and Allah can change. Good is just what Allah happens to be ordering at this moment. So Christianity escapes Socrates' issue with the divine command theory, because the divine command theory aligns with the identity of God necessarily, whereas the Islamic God, good loses all meaning. It's just the thing that Allah commands, it's just the thing. And later, Allah gives you as rewards almost all the things that previously he said was an evil, which is super messed up, because if what is good can turn to evil and what is evil can turn to good, flip-flop, the words actually have no real meaning. And so for me, that would undermine Allah as divine at all. If goodness is goodness, if goodness exists, if there is goodness, then it can't be malleable in this way. It can't be malleable in this way. You can't just swap it out one for the other, and it's just whatever Allah happens to spit out at the moment, that removes it of any real meaning. So I would say that Allah is destroyed by Socrates, whereas our God is vindicated.
Oh man, you just destroyed my point.
Mary wanted to say, is
Yep,
the
go ahead.
pious loved by the gods because it is pious, or is it pious because it is loved by the gods? That's what she was trying to say.
Yes, that's it. That's what I was trying to say. But piety and goodness mean the kind of the same thing in his in his construction. And will you please tell them the name of the dialogue, because I can't say it.
Ευθύφρον.
Thank you.
Ευθύφρον. You can say it like you thifron. You can say it like that, but it doesn't sound the way you want to sound, because it talks about ethics. That particular dialogue talks about ethics. That's why in Greek, if you say it in Greek, I understand what you mean, but when she tried to say it in English, I was like, what is she trying to say?
You figured it out eventually. I can't see the spelling in my mind right now. I would have Googled it if I'd had a free hand, because it's been a while since I've read it, and I don't know Greek that well, so it got scrambled in my brain.
All right. So
I don't know the Greek that well. That was very old language, very old for me.
Okay, since
definitely-
Thaddeus is hungry, I'm gonna jump off and not take any more time.
Yep,
But thank you
I
for
definitely
displaying
welcome you
my
back.
point.
Yeah, I definitely welcome you back to another call-in show. I mean, I know you're not a Muslim and you're a regular in the chat, but I welcome you back at any time.
Thanks. See you later. Bye.
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 So we also had Samuel who had joined, Samuel Tahid. So welcome, Samuel.
Hello.
Hi again.
Hey, Mary. How are you?
Hey, I'm good.
Hello, Thaddeus and Weird.
Hello.
I jumped up. I'm going to be quick so you can go eat. Mary, I joined. I might have misunderstood you. So you're
Yeah.
saying that Bashabazi is indirectly linked to Islam, whereas honor killings is directly linked to Islam, right?
No, I'm saying that both are there's a exploiting boys hole created by Islam that society will fill. And there is an honor killing hole created by Islam that honor killing will fill. That both come about wherever Islam goes because of the structure of Islam, even though
Okay.
it's not part of the explicit teaching.
Okay. So then I understood you correctly the first time. I came to correct you because I think you're wrong about honor killing. If that's okay.
Okay.
Okay. So the thing is, in the Quran, chapter 18, verse 80. Well, the whole story is from verse 60 to 82, but it goes with Moses following the green one, Al-Qadr, and the Al-Qadr kills a boy from nowhere, and then Moses asked him, "Why did you do that?" And in 1880, it says, "As for the lad, his parents were believers, and we were afraid he would impose on them insults and unbelief." And then 81 says, "So we desired that the Lord should give to them in exchange one better than he in purity and nearer in tenderness." So this is a direct correlation. And also in Reliance of the Traveler, the Sharia manual, in chapter 01.2, it says the subject should not be retaliate. Sorry, let me just. The following are not subject to retaliation. And then they give a couple of instances. But in number 4 says very clearly that it is if a parent killing an offspring or an offspring's offspring. So a father or mother or their fathers or mothers for killing their offspring or offspring's offspring. So we have full correct ties to teachings and actual Sharia manuals ordering that, okay, this is what it has to be done if somebody goes astray, if a child goes astray, becoming an ex-Muslim, for example. Then there's no punishment upon you, and it's better for you to kill them and hope for a new one. And by the way, this verse, tying into the other guy, Zach, who was just here talking about old stuff in the Bible, this verse is actually promoted weekly worldwide in mosques. This story and this example of exactly what should be done with somebody who goes astray and why it happened, saying that no, this is a good thing.
So there are a whole bunch of things that point toward boy exploitation within Sharia law and within, I just said Sharia law again. Anyway, within Sharia and within all the rules and everything else that cause that to occur there's a hole for it, and in that hole it will be filled by this. This does not tell you that if your daughters misbehave, you are obligated to kill them, okay? It doesn't say that. It doesn't say if you do not kill them, you will be covered with shame. But it provides that framework around it such that you will not have retaliation if you kill your child. So that means that you will never be killed for killing your child. You cannot
So
be killed for killing your child.
I think what you're saying, Mary, is it establishes it as permissible, but it doesn't establish it as
it doesn't.
obligatory.
Right. It's permissible but not obligatory. But in every Islamic society, it will occur because of these things around it. But the child exploitation is actually very similar, that it will occur because of the various rules around the edges. That is what will occur inside of it. So I do not disagree with anything that you're saying. And in fact, in some ways, it like strengthens the parallels. Like you can see that one's really easy to do with the examples of why this would occur in Islamic societies because of these specific things. It's very clear. It's a little bit more complicated for the boy exploitation, why it occurs in every single society.
Oh yeah,
but
yeah.
For this
I'm
one,
not
it's
arguing
really
that.
clear why. Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
So,
thank you. That was actually very helpful, right? Because it gives us the opportunity to look at the justification that leads to this becoming normative, but it's not really a prescription for it to be normative necessarily.
So it's not a law like saying like Muhammad said, whoever leaves his religion, you have to kill him. It's not a law. That's what they're trying to say.
Well, if somebody
But-
goes astray and you fear that they go astray, I mean, those two are linked together.
Yeah, it is, but it's not a law.
Well,
How to say like
that you yourself don't have to do it.
Yeah. So I actually agree with Samuel. I think like his main point is that like the Quran established this as something that is allowed, something a principle that can be put into a society. And I also agree that this is much more clear cut than the abuse of boys. So I think that it's just kind of more like a disagreement about semantics, maybe, as opposed to like a real disagreement. But I think that was very helpful because it shows exactly what we were trying to allude to earlier, but we weren't making very clear.
I think that is a very good point.
All right. Well, guys, have a good day.
Thanks, Sam.
All right. Yep. I got some
Have a
super
good
chats
dinner.
and stuff to take, but we'll wrap up after those. And I was wrong. I was so wrong. I said that we've been streaming for 5 hours, but it's actually only 4. So you just have to forgive me on my grievous error there. And
He's getting hungry, so he's just blood sugar's dropping. Blood sugar's dropping.
Just making all kinds of errors here, and
what's going
on? And of course, we get our only Muslim caller when I'm like in the back roads doing a crazy detour with 50 turns, and I have
in fairness, we hadn't opened it up in a very long time. So
yes.
Yeah.
Well, I just think it's funny that all the rest of the time I've been on interstates. He calls and immediately they're like, road closed ahead, detour. I'm like, really now? So going in and out of connection.
Yep. Okay, I got you. You just meant the portion of this stream where you had the worst connection is when the conversation was happening. Gotcha.
And my phone, and I'm having to turn, and my phone's way up on my dashboard so I can have connectivity. It's sliding around.
Yeah, exactly. Feels like 5 hours when you're hungry. I definitely am wanting to end. Let's put it that way. All right, super chat here.
Islam has an antisocial credit score.
I agree. Islam has an antisocial credit score. Thank you very much for that. Jack from Snudgewick, something like that. What is the solution? I meant to call this up earlier, but we got distracted because we had the Muslim color. But this is what is the solution to the abuse of boys in Islamic countries, right? What is the solution to this kind of thing happening? I think the answer is pretty obvious. Same answer as always.
Leave Islam.
The gospel.
You have.
They all need
Christ. Because what Islam teaches men about sexuality will lead to this every time.
Mm-hmm.
It really will. Male sexuality, as it is taught, will absolutely lead to this.
And then we had a super chat from Snudgewick.
If you want your wealth to increase in this dunya, then give sadaqah more and more. Every single day, 2 angels come down. One of them is making dua for those who give. He says, Ya Allah, give those who give.
Mary paused there, and I thought she was done. She has
Sorry.
one more thing to say, but let me read the super chat
Yeah,
first.
I'm
Let me
just.
read the super chat first. God bless you, Thad. Jesus is Lord. Thank you very much for that donation, and amen to Jesus is Lord.
So just think about, imagine any situation in which like an American guy happened to be at the supermarket and he saw a woman who was attractive, and the only thing that he could do to control himself would be to run home and grab his wife who's digging in the mud and having sex with her right then. I mean, Zainab was tanning hides, which was a very smelly and disgusting thing, so digging in mud should be much, much cleaner. Like, imagine that that is your perfect pattern, that oh, this is normative for male sexuality, that you have these urges that you just can't control. You have the interview of the illegal immigrant who had attacked a toddler, asked, why did you do that? He's like, she was too pretty, and he just grins. Like, and that is their mindset. That is what they are brought up with. That is their example. That is how they are taught what should be normal for males. Of course, men need to sate their lusts. So it's Islam.
The particular men, okay? The particular men.
Yes, not all men. So Samuel, who was up here just a minute ago, much earlier, said gender dysphoria is real, a psychological defect. It doesn't mean you should encourage it. You don't give a schizophrenic a knife to battle his delusions. And I agree. I agree that all the evidence suggests that gender dysphoria is a real thing. It's not like just people deciding a man just deciding he wants to be a woman someday. Now that may also happen now, right? That may also happen now because of the way this is being promoted. So that might happen. But historically, right, people wouldn't voluntarily like come to this conclusion, but the treatment isn't to say, well, this is just the way you are. It's perfectly valid as any other thing. You should change your gender, or I guess not even change and a few things.
Thaddeus, we went from one opposite to when people were killing like some of them who were gays or homosexuals or whatever, to the other opposite, to the other opposite side, where we, instead of treating and finding a way for a solution of this dysphoria, we let it spread like cancer. You know what I mean?
You need to look up autogynephilia. That's also a huge thing. Men should not dress up as women any more than people should do their pony play in public. It's just, a lot of times it is a fetish, and a lot of it's brought on by modern pornography.
In any case, I agree that there is maybe not everyone who identifies as transgender, but there is definitely a legitimate psychological condition, but the solution isn't embracement, it's treatment, I would suggest. But I don't think we do any favors by pretending like it doesn't exist. Just like we don't do any favors by pretending that pedophiles choose to be attracted to children. Now they choose to act out on those attractions, but obviously no one chooses to be attracted to a child. Anyway, continuing on with the super chats from our Kitsune.
Can you just imagine giving £100 and it's a sadaqah jariyah, meaning it carries on going even when you are gone? Just imagine being in your grave and getting the rewards in your grave. You will not be able to come back to this video to donate. So why not donate now?
Kitsune says, take my neurotypical euros. One of the ways that always stood out that Islam is satanic is how it basically tries to ruin the worth of marriage. And actually, I hadn't thought that much about it before the recent Muhammad hijab stuff, but I actually think that Islam's treatment of marriage is worse than its treatment of women in general. How it devalues marriage even more than it devalues women. So thank you very much for that donation. And I would have to agree that is a pretty clear inversion of the way things should be.
There is no marriage in Islam. It's only a transaction, like business transaction. You agree, I agree, and then I disagree, and he says the disagreement 3 times, and that's it, and that's divorce. That's not marriage. That's a business transaction. And then if you agree, I have to pay you as well. That's still a business transaction. It has nothing to do with love, with protection, with caring, with feeling the pain of your loved one. You know, has nothing to do with that. It's absolutely not the same thing. There is no marriage in Islam.
Yeah,
it's nikah. Nikah is
Yep,
sexual
exactly.
connection, nothing else.
Yep, exactly. I knew this intellectually, and I've said it in the past, but I hadn't really thought about it. That in Islam, there's only legalized sex and illegal sex. There's no real concept of marriage.
Now you get why I beat on that drum.
Well, I mean, there's a difference between knowing something intellectually and like really empathizing and understanding the impact that doctrine has. Anyway, from Hypostatic Union, who ate the apple? Obviously, you ate the apple. We all know that. JL says they're not Muslims, they're Sunnis. JL also made some other comments about Christianity and Islam.
I spoke with him in
JL,
the
I
chat
welcome a
on YouTube.
conversation with you anytime.
Thaddeus, he is with the Nation of Islam. He believes that Allah was Wallace, Fad, whoever, Muhammad, whatever he was. Elijah wasn't the prophet, but was the messenger of Allah, and that Allah has appeared in 1930s, and after 4 years he disappeared. So, and I was trying to find a common ground or something with that guy. No, you're not gonna
All
find
right.
anything.
Well,
It's
I
difficult.
will say that JL, if that's the case, that you're Nation of Islam, you can legitimately disavow the teachings of Sunni Islam because you definitely are in a different religion than what they practice. I would still welcome a conversation about your religion at some point. You can email me if you want to set that up. Super chat from Fernando.
Early, and this is indeed a sign, yet most of them are not believers. Give alone to Allah, give alone to Allah. Ride the wings of Gabriel, give alone to Allah.
Once again, sounds like Mary was trying to say something, but thank you very much, Fernando, for that donation. Guys, how many years do you give to the Islamic demise? So I'll just say, it depends on what you mean by demise. I think that what you probably will see within the next 2 generations is you'll see a collapse of the religiosity of Islam. But I think people will still identify as Muslims. There'll be secular nations that identify as Muslims. As far as like, massive apostasy where people openly say they're not Muslims, 100 years, that's what I'd give. Mary, your thoughts on that and what you wanted to say?
Probably. So I think that you're probably correct. The only places where that won't happen are going to be the extremely polarized places, and they'll actually follow the letter of Islam much better than the companions did, because Islam was always a religion of appearances. And with the further contact with the West, this superficial religion and superficial religiosity that really was a huge amount of Islam does not, like, they can't deal with the mental strain of this artificiality at some level. And so then you'll have more and more places that are like ISIS, Taliban, that sort of thing. You'll find more places like that, and at the same time you'll find a much greater mass apostasy. So yeah, I give it about the same timeline. You should look up the actual original source of NOI theology. I've recently found out that he lied about all of his background, and his real background is not entirely known, but it's totally different. It's hilarious. He is not where he says he's from. He's not who he says he is. Elijah Muhammad, dude.
So that comment
very
is
first, I
directed
think
at,
that guy.
Yeah,
At you.
JL.
At you.
Yeah,
No,
Mr.
well,
JL.
JL as well, but he's not
Well, I mean,
going to Thaddeus. You should.
Obviously, it's for me, right?
Yep.
I don't know anything about it. If you agree to
It's
have
crazy.
a conversation, I'll need some time to do some research so I can speak with you intellectually about these issues, but I'm willing to do that if you're willing to have a conversation with me. So just putting that offer out there. What about you, Weird Stuff? How many years do you give for the Islamic demise?
Depends. If every Christian will start, how to say it, making videos and promoting the Islamic dilemma like crazy, I would give like 20 years. But if we are going to leave David Wood, Thaddeus, God Logic, Christian Prince, like 5 or 6 people only, then maybe 100 years, 120 years or something like that. It's not easy. There are 2 billion people. Not all of them have access to internet. But if you do it constantly and you flood the internet with this kind of stuff, then even those that don't have access to internet will somehow hear it. Somehow they will hear it. Maybe from their children, from their cousins, from their uncles, whatever. But they will somehow hear it. But it depends on us. I mean, it depends on us how we are going to press these matters. Islamic dilemma is a very, very powerful tool to push. They already admitted the holes in the narrative. They already admitted that the scientific miracles are debunked. They admitted so many things. Let's push the Islamic dilemma, guys. So just push it, because that destroys the Quran, that destroys Islam completely. And if we do it correctly, 20 years tops, and it's finalized.
All right. Just a couple more here. From Misha said, I bring the curse of Allah upon the stream. And did it say, well, maybe it worked, right? Maybe it worked, because Mary did have a lot of audio problems. I don't know. You'd be the
Yes,
judge
I did.
of that. Just Peachy says, thanks, Thaddeus, for your patience, and thank you, Mary, for your passion. Much appreciated.
One time, whenever you're going, Mary, Mary, I hadn't been talking for several minutes. It was other people talking, and I just laughed. But I didn't unmute to laugh. Actually, 2 of the times.
Yeah, well,
It
so
wasn't me.
what happened sometimes, what happened sometimes was when you were like losing connection, it would like delay your audio like 30 seconds or something.
Oh, no.
Anyway, yeah. I mean, maybe
Yeah,
not
that
quite
would be
much,
really
but-
odd.
But it would like really slow it down, and then we'd get like a word and then another word. So I don't know for sure. But in any case, we do appreciate Mary's passion. I felt that guy that we were talking to, Zach, I think he called himself.
I've talked to him before.
Yeah. Well, I felt like I could have a conversation with him. So I was trying to have a conversation. And I don't think he'd be able to have a conversation with Mary, because
No, I think he could, but I think you're misunderstanding what he was accusing us of.
yeah, that's fine. I mean, I was actually just trying to get him to explain his position, because I still, I mean, I understand that he was trying to say that you're being a hypocrite by teaching, but
No, I understood his position.
well, yeah, but I don't understand
thought
where
I
he's
did.
getting his position from, right? I mean, I understood that part. I understood that he said that Mary shouldn't be preaching, and we're a hypocrite for I'm a hypocrite for allowing her, and she's a hypocrite for doing it, but he wasn't actually able to justify that in any way. Right? He shows me things that agree with what I said.
He kept misinterpreting things, right? And I wanted him to realize that this is just talking about being a presbyter. But I think that bringing up all of the universally recognized female early saints, the specific ones who preached to various groups and who converted various groups, would be useful, because you can't say that they were condemned if everybody thinks they're a saint.
Mm-hmm. That's actually a good point there. But we should probably do a stream on that subject someday and open it for Muslims who want to tell us that Christianity teaches the oppression of women. Absolutely.
That's a really easy one. I will barely have to research. So,
well, yeah, and I won't have to research either, because I mean, these are issues I'm well familiar with from even before the time that I was talking about Islam. Any case,
yeah.
So request to briefly recap the Islamic dilemma. I'll be super brief. The Quran affirms the truth of the Bible. the Bible contradicts the Quran. Therefore, either the Quran is wrong when it says the Bible is true, or it's wrong when it contradicts the Bible. Either way, the Quran is
Wait,
false.
let me say it correctly. Let me say it correctly.
Sure.
Because the Quran confirms two things: the authority and the credibility of the Bible, both the Old and the New Testament, but it also contradicts it. It has two problems. If the Bible is true, then the Quran is wrong because it affirms it. If the Bible is not true, the Quran is again wrong because it contradicts it.
Yes.
I mean, you can't go around those things.
There you go.
You can't go around it.
Yep.
Excellent.
I would suggest there definitely is not a reasonable escape to that. You have to, the only way that so all the Muslim attempts are basically to say, no, the Quran doesn't teach that, but that's ridiculous. That's clearly what the Quran teaches. So the only way you could legitimately answer the dilemma is by somehow distorting both books enough so that they both say the same thing. That's
For
the only
years
way
they were saying. For years they were saying that the collection of books that we call Bible, that they were corrupted, they were changed, they blah blah blah, all of that.
Right.
Well, if they were changed, then the Quran shouldn't say that you have to read what it is between your hands. Okay?
Yep.
So if I have it at the time of Muhammad, then it had to at least be changed after the 8th century, not prior. But the claim is that it has been changed prior to the 7th century, prior to Muhammad, which makes the Quran wrong. Why? Because it says read it. It says read it.
Yep. And that's actually a very good point.
problem.
That's actually a very good point, because historically, before we rediscovered the manuscript tradition of the Bible and such, that is actually the argument that Muslims would usually make, is that it became corrupted after the time of Muhammad. Of course, they don't make that argument today because that's not a viable argument, but that is kind of the historical argument that they used, which is still bad, but at least is respecting what the text says in some sense. I did think of another possible solution, though, and that is that Allah is the greatest of all deceivers. So when he tells you to judge by the Bible, he is just deceiving you. And those who are true believers will know that he's deceiving them, and therefore they should not follow what he says.
I've actually had a Muslim recently say that, basically, which is hilarious. I've heard that.
Awesome. All right. Second to last here.
You're finished.
Indeed, we are very nearly finished. Thank you very much, Snudgewick, for that. And then the last one on my queue here, which isn't a super chat, but from Cargo Crew. Zach should be asked about beating women, marrying multiple Muslim women / slaves, right to divorce, paradise versions, nikah, and the mar, women's efficiency, etc., etc. And I did ask him, right, if whatever Islam teaches, is that good morals? And he said yes. And I said, do we teach anything wrong about what Islam teaches? And he said he didn't watch, which is probably true. I don't think he's deceiving. So,
yep.
But I mean, I think he would try to avoid these things, and then when he was trapped and realized that he couldn't deceive us, he'd just say, yeah, and that's what God teaches. What's your problem with it? I think it's probably
about Zach. I wanted to say something on the chat. If you would see Thaddeus, he came with such an energy. He was so passionate about what he wanted to say.
Who ate
and
the
then
apple?
he got humbled. When he got humbled, I have to go now because I have to go now.
Well, I mean, in fairness to him,
Muslim
when I brought him up, I did say I wanted to leave soon, and we talked for 40 minutes. So, I mean, I'll just be generous and say he was trying to allow me to sign off. So, but in any case, he was not able to explain his position adequately to refute us for sure. Or actually, he wasn't even trying to refute us, just trying to say we're hypocrites, which even if we are hypocrites, that doesn't in any way say that we're wrong about Islam. It would just say that we're either wrong about Islam or we're wrong about Christianity. But in actuality, there is no hypocrisy, because I didn't say that one of the ways Islam oppresses women is by saying they can't be leaders in the mosque. Now did I? So where's the hypocrisy exactly? There is none.
None.
All right. So thank you all for watching today. It is definitely food time for Thaddeus. I will be on Friendly Ex-Muslim.
No food for you.
Tomorrow, most likely. Hasn't been finalized, but we're looking at probably tomorrow for that. I'll potentially be streaming with David sometime this week as well. And maybe we'll do another call-in show. Who knows? Just be on the lookout. I've got a couple scripted videos upcoming as well. Lots going on. Prayers are always appreciated. And if you're so inclined, your financial support as well. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in today, being in the chat. Thank you for liking the video. Jack triggered who ate the apple there at the end. Who ate all the apples? Well, that's about to be me in a few minutes. I'm going to go eat all the food because I am starving. Thank you.
I
God
only
bless.
have 5 more hours minimum to go.
Right. But you can eat it anytime. You can eat it at any time.
True, true.
And indeed, it is a very late dinner, which is why I'm so hungry. I was only expecting to stream for 2 to 3 hours max.
You forgot I was in the car. I'm trapped. I have no reason to leave.
All right. Thank you all for joining. We'll close out in the traditional way with a prayer from Pastor Jake.
Pray this ceaselessly. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me.